think the stream could handle crunch.
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday Eve. Welcome to episode 25 of Quests and Cliffhangers, which means that next week's episode is our half a year mark with this campaign. Half a fucking year. Can you believe it?
I'm just still happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Hold on. I got every chat. Sirenscape is working. You know what that means? That means it's fucking time for Brindletown. Brindletown is gonna be my fucking flavor town. It's like Guy Fieri. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. This is Brindletown. Taking you all down to Brindletown. All right. So yeah. So hi. Cool shit. Next week, we're gonna have a redesign. I feel like Brindletown's too loud. You turn Brindletown down slightly. Okay, so new design, new alerts. I actually commissioned a coder that figured out a way that I will be able to make alerts for chat point redemptions. So similar to like this alert that just popped up right here as I was talking. If you do any of the tokens of fate, like the chat point redemptions, I'll be able to actually create a alert for that, which that'll be fucking sweet. So yeah, so there's that. Allie, you can talk about boobs in chat. It's official. Now I'm distracted.
See, I was just gonna say you gotta announce it first, but then you fucking like took away my fucking joke.
You're welcome. That's what I do. See, John's back now. He heard boobs. Came running in real quick.
Exactly.
Oh, there's take over my keyboard. It's a nice keyboard. Don't make me do that.
No, we prefer the swallow take.
Always. Wait, did I violate TOS? Am I in trouble?
Nope, not at all.
Yeah.
Sin, did you use alt last time?
Nope.
Cool, you're back up to 3. Bob, did you use alt last time?
No.
You're back up to 3.
Anyone did.
Everybody's at 3. No, we don't say breasticles. That's bad. That just sounds wrong.
Ew. Wrong with you?
So yeah, so next week, expect a lot of cool shit, a lot of cool changes to come with this. As I said before, the little ad to the right of John is gone. The little background behind the little avatars at the bottom. Oh shit, I forgot to start up stream avatars. Chat, why are you letting me slip like this? Y'all motherfuckers know better. Someone please calm your vibrator down.
Sin, put your toy away.
No.
Wouldn't it be cool if we all had one like that and then the chat could just activate it?
No.
That's a different kind of stream.
I don't think we can stream on Twitch with that.
I think we might be able to. Hey,
Something you know.
there are a lot of people down there. So yeah, so all the people's marching at the bottom. That background that's behind there, seems how you guys don't use the background command. I'm gonna get rid of it, which is gonna free up like 10 sources. And with us freeing up all those sources, we're gonna be able to add some more things, such as the alerts for the stream chat token of fate stuff. So that's gonna be sweet. And then I'm gonna redo everything because I do that. I have no excuse for myself. I just do that. So yeah, so expect that. And yeah, and last little housekeeping thing. Dredsand D Red Sand Dr. Ed Sand you keep your crown this week, so I don't have to do anything. But just to draw a little bit of attention to it, I'm gonna pick them up and then put them up here. Look at the stars are shooting downward now. Hold on, let me do this. Yeah, grab you. Okay, and we're gonna pin them right here for now. So you guys all All hail to Dredson, the king.
Meh.
I'll let you down when recap's over. Yeah. So who's doing recap today?
Not it.
Are we doing the new recap or
No, we'll do that. We'll start that next week.
Okay.
Way
I'll do
to
it.
fucking spoil it.
We're not doing a new recap.
It's gonna happen.
Require effort.
It's gonna cycle
No.
through us instead
Yeah,
of
it is. Everybody's gonna have to do recap.
No fucking is. You're gonna do that after I'm gonna be on fucking pain meds from my wisdom tooth? The entire fucking recap is just gonna be going.
I'll get
Fuck.
next week. It's okay. Go.
Fuck.
Alright. Let's see.
We're gonna do the
Start
new
it.
vibrating sources from the chat next week too.
Oh.
You'll be like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?"
So started off last week on the island. Not really sure what's going on except for that we are sometime a lot in the future from where we were. We think it's only a few days. So we started off, everyone was resting. Chaplain was trying to signal the boat that we seen off in the distance. That didn't really work out. He messaged or something with the gods to get an answer if they were going to be able to turn around or not. Again, they didn't work. They said they weren't going to turn around. So then did you use your ult then, or was that last?
It was the session before,
Okay.
right at the end of it.
So, Chaplin decided to send him use the sending spell instead
Mhm.
to
Yes.
contact the captain. And when he did that, he contacted Captain Calisay and only got a weird response of him saying like Chaplin. So I think he spent another sending spell, and I think that's when we found out that we were stuck on that island for over a year.
Or was it 1 year or 5 years?
1 year.
1 year. Okay.
It was 1 year for us, 5 years for Arkin.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because he was just. He's getting the 5 days in 1 year confused.
We were trying to talking amongst ourselves, seeing if we can set up an expedition to come and get us, but Chaplain ran out of spell energy before then. Absol tried using his new gem, the time one, to see if he can manipulate us back so we wouldn't have to worry about that. And he managed to get us back in time, a whole 30 seconds.
Did great, man. Super proud.
That didn't work out, and he couldn't do it again because it's on a 1 day, 1 use thing. So that didn't work. Screech digging through stuff in her bag. She finds some berries and chucks them into the water.
That was after I figured out that I had been poisoned and remembered having eaten poisoned berries in my past.
And while this is going on, Arkin told Absol to go stand where the gem used to be to try to get some of that power back. So Absol went to go meditate over there. Chaplain's trying to contact some god, any god. Nothing's getting through. So he starts getting depressed. He feels a little bit hopeless and stares off into the ocean. Screech starts looking pale all over. Arkin's trying to figure out what's going on, and they take Screech to Chaplain. Chaplain tries to do a medicine check, and he fails that. gets even more depressed. Now religion and science has let him down, so he's looking off even more sternly into the ocean. Can't really figure out what's going on with Screech. Absol can't figure it out. Chaplin can't. We know it's some kind of poison. And Arkin's idea to fix this is to drain the blood out of Screech, and maybe that'll flush out her system. So Screech is sitting there, Arkin does the holding spell on her so she doesn't move. She agrees to all of this, so she's not putting up a fight or anything. And Arkin starts cutting arteries. Chaplin's freaking out, trying to stop him, and he looks over at Absol. Absol looks like he's ready to heal Screech, so Chaplin goes along with it. Screech dies. Screech comes back to life, and she is still poisoned, looking a little bit more white after that whole ordeal. And we start talking to her, trying to figure out what's going on, and Chaplin starts rummaging through her bag, and that's when she remembers the berries, jumps into the water, and as she finds one of the berries, she starts sinking. So Chaplin has to go and part the water for her. Screech falls, hits the ground, and just trots back up with the single berry, which Chaplin was able to make an antidote out of. So after an hour, Screech feels fine. There's not really much else we can do at the moment, so we're all just waiting. Our Absol starts exercising to pass the time. Arkin starts doing his mimicry. Chaplin is, I think, still being depressed.
Yep.
Except for a brief moment where he makes Absol fall from the water onto his face. And Screech is just... Were you trying to open the book again on the island?
Oh, yeah.
That didn't work.
No.
After
But I
a
made
while,
more notes. Always
After a
gonna make
while,
notes.
everyone falls asleep. We all wake up to... Well, first off, Absol has this dream. He sees a dagger. He tries to walk over, pick it up. And then he wakes up to Arkin going into a fit of rage, attacking his tree, and after Screech starts mocking him a little bit, goes and charges at Screech. Absol manages to calm him down because Chaplin fell doing something.
I don't remember falling.
I don't remember him falling either.
I remember that's how I calmed him down. I said, look,
Oh, yeah.
Chaplin fell.
So Chaplin went to go stand between Arkin and Screech and rolled a 1 on
Right.
his...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just face planted. Yeah.
Right. So that calmed him down a little bit. And as all this going on, this rowboat of sorts pulls up to the island. We all come up with a plan to take shifts rowing, and using Chaplin to make the mounts water walk so we can pull it even faster. We decided to go east to the main city instead of island hopping all the way back, and we set off, and nothing really happens during the entire trip except near the last leg of the trip we come to this island where there's this lone elf standing there in this raggedy clothes. We pull over. He was part of some ship, the only survivor from what we can see.
I I'm sorry, but just that we pull over, I imagine like a car just pulling to the side of the road and not,
Get
like us
in.
stopping a boat.
Get in, loser.
All right, let's see what this is about. Pick up the hitchhiker.
There's not really much room in the boat considering there's all of us and our mounts, but we managed to squeeze them in somehow. And you could tell this guy's up to something. No one trusts him or anything. All of us got our eyes on him.
By no one, he means Absol is the only fucking person.
And all this is confirmed by this dream that Absol has where he is killing, or not killing. He goes, grabs the dagger, and he's about to stab this elf, presumably to save everyone. But he wakes up before then. And
Confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed with fucking air quote. Confirmed by this.
So we're pulling up. We're finished the last part of the trip, and he points out, shows us that we see land. We're coming up to, I don't know what the place is called.
It doesn't have a label, so I don't either.
I
Nope.
think he said a name.
He did.
Yeah, that name.
It's called Grey Pike.
Yes. And
What's
we
this
were
elf's name?
about an hour's away from it. And that's where we ended.
Yeah, and then just for details tidying up, so they see a large city that's built a couple 100 feet up on this plateau with this large ramp cascading over, and this small village built right off the docks. That's what they're able to see from where they are. But yeah, so that's gonna kick off tonight. And did I mention we'll have a new intro? That'll be a thing too. Not this week, but
Like,
we
yeah,
will.
You finished
It's
that?
gonna fucking happen.
You don't like to sleep.
I'm
So-
so disappointed.
Right?
Don't worry, I'm gonna get more Screech tongue play.
Ah.
All right. There's no other way to segue into this. We're just gonna kick off the intro.
Motherfucker.
Right, the cheese
I almost
hole.
broke my fucking monitor because I wanted to punch it.
How could I
Cheese
forget
hole?
about the cheese hole?
The
Cheese.
You should never forget about the cheese hall.
No, I left it out of recap. It shouldn't
Right.
be recap anymore.
And of course,
Right.
that's what people come back to is me yelling cheese hole.
Just cheese hall. What the fuck is this
Cheese
guy
hall.
talking about?
Hello to the cheese hole.
No matter what I do, I can't fit Citadel on the stream. It's just out of reach. Oh, it's so frustrating.
I want to go to the cheese hole.
Hey, if anybody is good at like app designs, I have a million ideas for things that we could put into a digital tabletop. If someone wants to develop a digital tabletop, I can help fund. Message me. Yeah, it did start with you saying I don't think the stream can handle crunch. We've started on it's like it's been cliffhanger after cliffhanger today, huh? Just starting off on half sentences. So yeah, you guys are in the boat, which fits all of you comfortably. And Absol, you're having the dream where you grabbed that dagger and you're about to plunge it into the stranger's chest, and you wake up to the stranger telling you, calling out that there's a city here, and you guys see this large city sitting on top of the plateaus. What do you guys do?
Absol
God.
pulls out his pistol
Oh God. This is how we're starting today.
and he's like,
Don't say we.
nice, we're here. And I'm sorry, but this has to be done. And he turns around and shoots him.
What are you talking about? Oh!
So,
What the fuck?
so before you pull that trigger,
Oh. Didn't think the stream was going to start off with like immediately. Wait, Arkin isn't the worst person here. It's Absol.
Been telling you all along.
Absol's the good one.
Yeah.
He is doing the God's work right now.
You don't even know which guy.
I'm doing someone's work.
so as
Is that how
you
that works?
as you pull your gun out, the stranger turns his head and looks at you. And he kind of narrows his eyes and says, I wouldn't do that, friend.
Click, click.
Chaplain's gonna raise his voice. Absol, please put your weapon down. We are almost there.
Absol activates his hex on him.
Arkin steps to the side.
In a
There's
boat.
really no place to step
He's
anywhere
so-
on this. This is a dinghy.
Hey, I'm sitting comfortably, all right? I have
Yeah.
room to move.
Okay.
And he looks at him and says, I must do what my lord commands.
Oh, shit.
All right.
And
Everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Ah.
This is fine. Good. I didn't want to go first.
I don't want to go first.
You all deal with that.
So as you pull the pistol and are starting to pull the trigger, this guy sort of like bends backwards in a sort of unnatural way, puts his hands on his seat, pushes himself up into the air into a handstand, and then spins to kick the gun out of your hand.
The fuck?
Go ahead and give me a. Go ahead and give me a deck save, please. So he completely kicks the gun out of your hand, and it clatters to the wood of the boat. And he, sort of with his hands still touching, he bends his body down, touches his feet in between his hands, and stands up in the seat that he's in, staring at you. And he says, I do not wish to fight. Chaplain.
I'm going to look at the man and say, please, this is beneficial, and reach out my hand and cast a spell on him. If he, assuming he allows it. Although to be fair, it's actually a ranged spell, so I don't have to reach out and touch him. It's only a bonus action. Sanctuary. You ward a creature within range against attack until the spell ends. Any creature who targets the warded creature must make a wisdom saving throw. A failed save, they have to pick a new target or lose the attack. I can't. I don't have a target. Oh, hey, look, a stranger. Haha, I can target him.
Hey, look, a stranger.
How is everybody arranged in the boat right now?
I think I'm up front.
Can you pop the map up? It's not showing for me.
Well, there is no map yet. That's why I was asking.
Oh.
I think Arkin and Absol just woke up.
So are you two like in the back of the boat?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess that would put Screech near the front of the boat.
And for the purposes of illustration, I'm going to go ahead and leave the animals off.
You don't want to draw. Please draw.
I mean, she's already drawn. True. Draw.
I'm going to, since that was
I'm
only a
drawing.
bonus action, I'm going to spend my my standard action, giving myself advantage against anything that Absol does.
I feel like I'm the enemy right now.
Currently, yes. Well, that's a matter of perspective. To me, yes.
So here's my expert drawing
He
of
did
what's going on
say-
here right now.
Like what? In the name of my lord, and because something like. So he's doing it for religious reasons, chaplain.
Ish.
Really?
Yeah. And
All right. Next.
All right.
Thank you. Next.
Screech.
I don't think Screech really knows what's going on, so she's currently just standing there confused, and will continue to stand there confused because, friend?
Yeah. So you see, you'd probably turn around just to see this guy like spin kicking the gun out of Arkin's or out of Absol's hand, and then basically like bending like a gymnast and standing up straight. And then you'd see Chaplin casting this, beneficial spell on him.
Friend?
And he
There's
did
nothing
say,
to
"I don't want to fight, friend."
Yeah,
So that's your turn.
that's it.
Okay. Absol.
Alright. Sucks that this was a whole action, but he's summoning his sword. And
Okay.
he is casting his. Wait. Okay, it is. His Hexblade's curse on him as well.
Question for you. When you summon your sword, are you thinking anything?
Sword?
Zoe!
So glad I asked.
That's all I can imagine.
He's a
Him
very
like
complex.
he reaches back, he thinks sword, and he
Soy.
grabs. And he looks at him and says, "I don't want to fight either." And then looks past him at Chaplin and says, "You said no hesitation."
Facts.
Arkin?
Oh, Arkin's watching this going down. He's like eating out of his.
He's got popcorn,
Yeah,
he just
He's
invented it.
eating. He's handing some to Craven, and he's just watching.
Screech is like reaching across the boat in front of the stranger, like, give.
Licking her. I was gonna say her lips, her beak. Hold on one second. There's a war going on right now.
I didn't do it.
It wasn't me.
I might have.
It wasn't me.
So Heatwave actually had the +7 first, so Heatwave won it.
Ooh.
Both of them got it though, but Heatwave was first. The forces
So
are working
global warming
against
is
the ice
chat's
race.
fault.
Chat,
Let me.
why? I thought you guys wanted everything to be frozen. I'm okay with a fucking heat wave. I'm always cold, but
Don't make me turn on the fan.
I would actually cry right now. I don't have any socks on.
Such a weird statement. All right.
He's got this stupid fan under his desk, and I hate it.
Got a box fan under my desk, and it's literally just a button on my desk that turns it on and off. It's wonderful.
It's horrible. It hits me, and I hate it.
So besides eating popcorn, is Arkin doing anything else?
He will ready an action to defend himself if something flies at him.
Okay. So, as you draw your sword, you see him sort of like crouch down a little bit, and he puts himself into a readied position with one arm out, and he's looking at you. And he just quietly says, "Please don't do this." Chaplain.
I'm going to pick up Absol's gun off the ground and kind of hold it behind me so it's out of his range. And what was the last thing that Absol said to me without hesitation?
Yep.
Chaplain is going to reply, "You said nothing about murder. Please desist." And I'm going to aid what I presume now to be Monkface to try and get in the way of any attacks that come his way.
So you would have to move to get the gun because it's laying like right on the ground next to Absol.
I didn't know there was enough room to move.
This is to scale right here. We're at a scale map.
Okay. Then I will move over. I will grab the gun, but that will take a move and a standard action. So I will just say, "Hey, no, don't stop being a dick."
Grabbing a gun would be an interaction, wouldn't it?
Yeah, picking up the gun would just be an interaction. You can't use it without it being an action, but you could pick it up without it costing anything.
Oh, then I'm gonna use the aid another action to help Doofus live.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have a button for that.
Okay, no, it's good. It's good. Screech. I feel like Brindletown is too mellow right now.
A little bit. It's not angsty enough.
True.
Screech is gonna hesitantly pull her axe out, but she's just watching. Like, we were friends, and now they're fighting. She does not understand what's going on. So, that's all.
That was a noise to start off with.
That was probably a little bit too loud.
Who's overboard? It's probably me.
This is just the boat rocking.
Okay.
What's the underwater music sound like? I kind of dig it.
I like it.
Yeah.
This is a good feel to it. What do you guys think?
I like the drum beat in the background. Really
Cool.
well.
All right, this is what we got then.
It's like pulsing in the ears when you're deep underwater.
So Screech is pulling a weapon out and standing there confused.
That's it.
Cool. Absol. You're muted.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking. Oh, I don't have a sword. Or, I mean, I don't have a gun.
No,
Correct.
you don't.
I'm holding it, and I'm holding it like this.
Oh, you
All
dropped
right.
it.
Unfortunate.
Man.
But so, in truth, my holding it is twofold: to prevent him from getting it, and to prevent Monkface from throwing it out of the boat. Because I don't want it lost.
Absol takes a swing.
A
A horrible swing.
Disadvantage at that, and have to make a wisdom save before you can do it.
Okay.
So actually, before any of that, as you start to swing, this guy is going to attack. So no. So I need to do this. And And then I need to do this. Oh, okay. Oh wait, so he gets 2. Okay. And then. Okay. So
It's
now you
not
gotta.
okays.
Now you gotta make your wisdom save. Damn it, Cliff! Now I gotta piss.
15.
Sorry, man.
You make it. Now you have disadvantage.
Well, yeah. Well, okay, yeah. Go ahead and
Let's
roll.
get a miss.
Yeah, but you might roll a 1, so go ahead and roll another attack roll.
All right. Damn.
All right.
Do I gotta do a wisdom save every attack?
Unless you break my concentration.
But does he know that in game?
No, that's. I just want to
It's
know
only casting
beforehand
defensive spells.
because he's gonna attack again. So do I do another one?
Let me.
Every
read the spell.
attack you would have to do it, I think.
Hold on, I have the spell right here. Sanctuary.
So as you go to swing at him, he sort of drops down and spins around a little bit and like kicks at you, and you're able to move away from it. But he still pops back up in a defensive stance.
After the first swing, he like grits his teeth. Give me a reason why I shouldn't.
I haven't given you a reason to want to.
But somebody has. And does a 13 pass?
No.
Nope.
So then, oh, I choose someone else.
You can choose a new target. Absolutely.
Well,
Let me
you
double-check
can,
my-
or I think it forces you to, doesn't it?
or you lose the attack. What is my spell save DC these days?
So if the only other targets are
15.
targets he would normally attack, I
Mhm.
don't think he would do that.
So you see the sword swing from right to left, missing the monk.
No. 1 second here. Where's it at? Does it say word? You just spell any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack. So yeah, every time you do an attack, you would have to make it.
Okay.
Yep.
So the miss, the monk dude, it's going towards Chaplin, and you see him draw back.
So when you're going to swing, does it look like you're trying to swing for him and that something is guiding your blow away, or?
It depends on what the spell says. Like, if the sword is making me swing towards someone else, or if it's just.
Reading again.
I think it would, considering you have to choose a different
The
target.
creature must choose a new target. So I think it's you realize you can't attack, so you decide to attack someone else. I think
Okay,
is how it
so-
goes.
He would pull back so he doesn't hit anyone on his team and just stands there.
Arkin.
Still doing what he's doing.
Go ahead and what do I need for this? Go ahead and give me a charisma save.
Yeah.
That's never mind. So he's just saying, we don't know each other well enough for me to give you a reason not to want to do this, but your friends don't seem to be wanting a part of it. That should tell you something. Stand down. Chaplain.
So I reach towards Absol and cast Sanctuary on him as well. And I turn towards the elf and I ask for nonviolence from the both of you, please. Stand down, both of you. And I will now use my action to defend Absol from attack. And that's it.
Okay.
So they both have to make wisdom saves to attack each other.
Screech.
God.
Screech is still standing there looking confused as all fuck. Maybe a little more bug-eyed than normal.
God.
Absolutely.
I am going full Chris Pratt Velociraptor, by the way. One short.
Jesus.
Chaplain.
So
I'm gonna fucking punch you.
absolutely.
But it just put new nails on.
Oh, I'm so glad I had that spell prepared.
Absol is just standing there gritting his teeth, and his eyes look away from the monk over to Chaplain. Would you defy the jackal if he told you someone needed to die?
Did the jackal tell you to do this?
He just looks back at the monk. That's my turn. You're muted.
Chaplain, the stranger looks at you and says, "No, the echoey voice in his head did." Arkin, go ahead.
Still eating and watching.
Where did all those rations come from?
Chaplain.
Exactly, from Chaplain.
All right, I'm going to stand down. I'm going to actually do nothing this turn. I'm going to put my hands down because I've seen Absol not attack anything and this dude not attack anything for a solid couple of seconds. So I'm just going to stand down and see what happens. So I'm foregoing my turn effectively.
Screech.
Wanna take a guess?
Absol.
Boom. Boom.
That's it. That one works.
Yeah, nope, you make that save.
Disadvantage.
No, you don't have disadvantage. I'm not defending anyone this turn.
Okay.
So you're
I
going to
thought you
swing
were.
then?
Yeah.
All right. As you go to swing. Not that. As you go to swing. He moves to the side of the blade and he just strikes you with a single hit to your diaphragm. Just boom.
Broken concentration, too.
Yeah. Fuck.
That is a hit. But he wasn't done yet. Yeah, I guess he was done. As you go to swing the hit, he goes to attempt to block it, and it still grazes his arm. Anything else?
That's
you do? Okay.
Wait. What did he... Okay. As he hit me, the light in his eye gets dimmer, and as he goes to strike, let us fucking do it again. And I didn't click it.
What are you doing?
That is the wrong one. I think.
You're hexing?
Hexblade Curse, Sanctuary, Hex. Okay, yeah, that works now.
Anything else?
That is it.
Arkin.
He's now at this point laying on his side, still watching. He's done.
If this continues, I will no longer hold back. Chaplain.
Your abs will go, ooh.
So, just this last round, they've both swung at each other?
Yep. So, you see Absol swing first, and as Absol moves to strike, you see him punch straight out and hit him in the diaphragm. And then the blade still comes down and cuts his arm. But you're definitely seeing that Absol is making the first move.
To instigate.
It's not your turn yet.
Know what I'm doing.
I'm going to call out to the elf and say, if you can simply swim to land, it is likely the safest option. I'm sorry. I'm going to the Cliff. This will probably require you, but I'm going to drop both spells and I'm just going to sit down and I'm going to, do my sad, depressed, turn and stare towards the ocean thing.
Evil Chaplain has returned.
Emo kid.
I'm going to go back to my seat and just stare forward.
He grows a long strand of black hair that just covers one eye.
Where did that come from? Screech? You see Chaplain say something disappointing and then turns around and just goes and sits down.
She's making these just confused chirp squawk sounds while just holding her axe and looking like in turn at everyone, but she's not doing anything past that. Just
Absol.
This is very distressing.
Absol grabs his sword and tosses it off the boat. Then he goes to where he usually keeps his pistol. And in that spot, a solid black pistol appears. And
That's cheating.
But that is his whole action.
Any bonus actions you're doing?
No.
Okay. Arkin?
What do I roll to instigate?
Probably just a charisma roll.
Like, oh, brother, I think he already warned you. Maybe you should back off. You might not be a match for him. Oh. He's got this cheesy grin on his face.
Chaplain, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and the stranger looks at you and says, I will never forget the kindness that you showed me. And then he turns and looks at Absol. He says, or your transgressions. And you see his eyes sort of change color slightly to like a yellow. And you see him bend backwards. And as his hands touch the seat and his feet go up into the air, you see his feet sort of turn into the shape of a fish's. And you see his entire shape change into what looks like a mermaid as he flips backwards out of the boat into the water and swims down. You can take an attack of opportunity if you want to.
Shit.
What the fuck?
Got this spell, right?
Yes.
What? Yeah. It's going to be at disadvantage regardless, though, because he's just going right off of a boat.
Let's go for it.
That's a hit. And, how would that work? Do you notice that at all? Nope. Okay. Yep. So that's a hit. So you fire off into the side of the boat as he's flipping off the back of it, and you see this red just sort of burst out and cloud the water, and you lose sight of him through the cloud of red, and he is just gone.
Gonna turn back towards Absol and offer his gun back to him.
Apple's like looking into the water, trying to spot him.
Just shooting in the water.
He looks at Chaplin, tosses his magic made weapon off, grabs his real one, holsters it, and sits down.
Is it gonna be an awkward, quiet boat ride back?
So yeah, so you guys kind of just sit there quietly for a second as the boat rocks in the water until you guys begin rowing again.
So we're out of combat.
Yep, you're out of combat. Unless someone's chasing after him.
Motherfucker, don't you do it.
I ain't fighting a mermaid in the water.
Arkin sits up like, well, that was exciting. So, care to explain what the hell that was about?
I got an order.
From your god, I presume.
Right, the person helping me out.
Saying to kill the merman.
Right.
Because...
Hey Chaplin, give me a history or everybody actually. Give me either a history or a nature, whatever you're hiring.
0. Where's nature?
sad.
0.
Hoping for better.
I guess let's go history.
Still beat me.
19.
You too, Screech.
Do I have to?
Yes.
Funny as hell, she crits. Like, how the fuck do you know
I
that?
highly doubt I will with my whole fucking negative one. Yeah.
Everyone but Arkin is decent.
Arkin, from the books that you've read, when you've seen his eyes change like they did, it reminded you of stories that you've read of doppelgangers.
What would he know about doppelgangers other than they aren't as they appear?
Well, I mean that's pretty much it. I mean, it depends on the stories that you've read about them, but they're typically always loners. They typically use their guys to get the advantage over prey or to get something that they want.
They're your kind of people.
Sounds like it. Put him on the payroll.
But they have excellent memory. They have the ability to read minds. And based on the way that his eyes changed when he did that, you don't think that he's a merman.
So excellent memory. So merman will remember this. Got it.
We're now playing a Telltale game.
Yes, we are.
I don't like this. Now you fucked up.
Well, judging by the little thing he did with his eye, I would say that was a creature that, unfortunate for you, brother, has a very good memory. So if we run into him again, chances are we're not going to recognize him or her or it. I'm not sure. But
What?
Chaplin's in the good. Screech and I didn't piss him off. So good luck.
Hopefully he turns up soon.
Well,
I would.
your god shows you what form that it will appear in when it arrives, because otherwise, you're going to be blindsided.
What form?
Mm.
What do you mean? What form it's gonna appear in?
It takes whatever form that it feels like, basically.
So it's a fucking shape changer.
Sort of. There are different types and sorts of creatures that can take various shapes. That one would not be the same as, say, a changeling.
So it's an uncivilized one. In other words, some kind of monster.
I mean, there are people that would consider you or I monsters.
That monster did just spend multiple days on a boat with us. Absol, I would like to apologize. I do not mean to intervene with actions granted by your deity, but you must understand that there are some things we will disagree on. I would have you at least note that when I found violence was inevitable, I no longer protected either of you and simply left you to your actions.
Well, let's distract me. He like looks up at Chaplin, like you could tell he's pissed off. You're honorable, at least. Can't say anything bad about that.
I understand the necessity for your case. However, I cannot abide by surprise attacks on those who we have promised to aid. I'm certain other actions will happen outside of my scope and knowledge, and I cannot stop and would simply rather not know. I will help you in what ways I can, but if you have to take actions such as that in the future, simply do not do them while I am present.
Axel nods and he grabs one of the oars.
Now,
I
perhaps
didn't.
we should row before the mermaid shape changer catches us.
I don't think it's a matter of it pursuing us, but those sorts of creatures tend to only come around when they need or want something from certain individuals.
Are they called Arkans? That was humor. Continue.
Yes, you should definitely work on that. But whatever it was, we don't know. And we may never know. But hopefully we never run into it again.
Agreed.
With that, he pulls out his chest and opens it up and starts going through his disguise kit and like finding different things and putting them on and changing.
Is there a specific name you would prefer to be referred to within the city? Arkan.
They don't know the name Arkin here, nor do they know Absol, and I'm assuming they don't know Chaplin or Screech.
I presume that your attempt at a disguise is because you are wanted in this location?
No, we've never been here.
Then why is it you attempt a disguise?
Because if our reputations get screwed up for, say, gods telling people to take hasty actions, then whoever they see here will be blamed for it.
I see. However, I do not believe that Screech or I are so easily camouflaged.
What?
Yeah, you should work on that.
The last time I had flesh of any form. It was quite dissatisfying.
Yeah, don't ever do that again.
That's what she said.
Oh.
I was a fucking lumpy zombie losing flesh. No,
True.
thank you.
And
So we row a boat.
when we get to the city, I have some business to take care of anyway.
Is it something you would like assistance with, or something I would better not know about?
Oh, I'm going to go speak with some potential friends, and you might not fit in so well.
Understood. Screech, this is a reminder that picking up a cloak would be advisable.
Screech looks really excited and just like jumps a little and gets cloak.
And Absol, is there anything else your friends are telling you to do before we press on? Something we should know about?
Yeah, someone should grab the other oar and help me row.
You guys have just been spinning in a circle this whole time.
Well, yeah, especially with Screech on that side, it's Chaplin fighting against Screech and Absol. Doing donuts in the water. We are within range to simply walk the rest of the distance. However, I would like to prepare or reserve my remaining energy in case of emergency. And perhaps the boat is saleable.
No reason not to take the boat.
We're going to need to tie it off at the port anyway. Unless you want your boat to float off and then just pray for another, I guess.
Were we planning on further aquatic expeditions? I was hoping this was our last.
I hope so too, but
No, we got that gem south still.
Yes. However, there's a significant amount of land between that body of water and us. So we will have to find a way to transport said vessel.
if we are done with the water, then I don't care. Which I would like to be done with the water forever.
And you float in it.
Sure.
Do you not float?
I
Are
prefer
you
not
denser
to.
than you look?
Not as dense as you.
Your attempt at humor is recognized. Thank you.
That wasn't humor.
Fucking stop.
Yeah, after Arkin finishes getting his disguise on, if nobody has picked up that little fucking oar, I guess
Well,
he
there's
will.
3 of us and 4 oars.
Screech will get it.
Screech is on an oar, isn't she? There's 4 of us and 4 oars, I'd assume. Or is it
Or are there only
2
two?
oars?
No, there's 4 orbs. Oars.
Or
Orbs. I know how to speak. Yeah, there'd be 4 though. It's slightly larger than just a standard size rowboat. So there would be almost like a high school rowing team. You got 4 oars and it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger than the drawing would allude to because there are room for your guys' mounts and whatnot to be there too. All right. Yeah. So you guys pick up and start rowing while you guys are having this conversation and whatnot. And after an hour or so of doing it, you guys are just in front of this large dock with some pretty large vessels parked at it, and you guys having this little dinghy pulling up. But like the
beep beep. Woo!
As you guys are getting close to it, like, this dock spans like as far as you could see left and right, it seems.
God.
Wow.
I lost that map. What's the name of the map that you guys have up?
It's called
Gray
Unlose
Pike.
the Motherfucking Map.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And mind you, this map is not complete, obviously.
No, perfect. Top quality matches everything you've done.
It's totally up to par with all the other maps you've ever made.
So I just sketched this out in about 20 minutes, and I haven't been able to flesh it out the way that I want it yet. So
See, this is still better quality than most streams do anyway. I just want you to have, at one point, a map done in crayon.
if I had a map done in crayon, it would look fucking sweet, though. Like, I'm anal about shit. This is a 20-minute sketch, and it looks like this.
You don't understand. Cliff doesn't have the standard 8 box of crayons. He's got the 150 pack.
I got 2 of them. One's from fucking Germany.
I've got the 150 pack and then all the glitter and metallic ones too.
Do you just
Like crayons.
do you put the glitter on like this?
No, they're glitter crayons.
Oh, glitter
Never
crayons.
fucking had glitter
Yeah,
crayons.
don't be silly.
No, dude, I had the good crayons.
Oh.
They're Crayola brand. They are the good crayons.
If they got glitter in them, the shit. That means you'd be coloring.
No,
You're gonna
they're
have little
fucking
skid
amazing.
marks from
You know
it.
what? Come over to my house. I'll let you borrow my crayons like a good fucking friend.
You got it, boo.
For reference, no one in this stream is under 20. Like, what the hell? We're fighting about crayons.
I'm
That's what
under
adults
20.
do, isn't it?
No, I'm not under 20. I'm under 30. Fuck.
There you go.
I don't know how old I am.
Wow.
Everybody's shark baiting heads right now. I'm
F's in the chat for Melissa. F's in the
Yeah.
chat.
I
Wow.
might be a little bit high. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys pull up to this large dock.
So-
Moral of that story.
Just out of curiosity, the docks are meant for larger vessels. Does that mean that, like, the actual level of the dock is, like, way above our heads and we have to, like, climb a rope up or something? I don't know how these work.
Yeah, I mean, so there are areas where smaller boats could
Okay.
fit into it, no problem. But there are also areas where there are large, like, cruising vessels, cargo ship type ships are docked. So yeah.
We're coming from the deep ocean and parking in the, like, the local area.
Right.
Does anyone greet us when we get to the dock, or is it just...
So you guys haven't pulled up yet. That's what I was trying to get to. Is like, what's your guys' plan with this?
Dry land.
Uh-huh.
We've been at sea for like 4 days, so I think it's just find a place that we can pull up that we won't get yelled at too hard and get on the dock so we're not in the boat. And then figure it out.
Okay.
Unless someone protests getting off of the water.
No, I don't
No
think anybody
protest.
would do that.
Okay.
So you guys find an area where you see that the dock sort of comes down, and there's some other smaller, like, fishing boats that are there, and you guys row your way up to one of the open areas and begin getting out.
Has anyone approached us yet?
Not yet.
Absol. Should someone approach us and ask where we are from, how do we answer?
Your mom.
Here.
But
Ozo South?
where we sailed from initially.
sailed from. Fuck.
I presume it will be asked. And the journey we made is not one that is likely for most people to be able to manage.
West from an island.
I will let you do the talking.
Sure.
I'm going to get off that boat as quick as possible and kind of help anyone who's willing to kind of tie it off to something so it doesn't float away.
Okay. So as you guys all get out of the boat and you're on the dock and begin walking down it, you guys hear this from behind you.
Pulling out my pistol.
I'm presuming it's armed guards coming towards us.
As you turn around and look, you see that your boat has folded up into a little paper boat that is just floating in the waves.
Screech is gonna run over, pick up the boat, and then look at everybody else and just boat.
Screech, may I please have that?
She'll hand it over, and then she'll just gesture at the water and be like, "Boat!"
Interesting. How big is the folded boat? What's its dimension?
It is like the size of a little piece of paper folded into a boat. So it's probably about maybe 8 inches wide, 4 inches tall.
Is it like actually a paper boat?
Yeah. It looks like someone took a piece of paper and folded it into a boat.
I'm going to tuck that into my prayer book. Put it away. Because I now have a holy paper boat. It is now my bookmark.
Screech is still looking very fucking confused and just, Chaplain, boat!
Yes. Bearing in mind, it is a boat from the Jackal. He was quite kind to us, it seems, and has solved a problem that we had yet to truly understand. All the same, we should probably get off of the docks now that we do not have a boat. Is anyone familiar with this city?
No, let's go check it out. Just stretch my legs, walk around.
Indeed.
Let's have the not robot, not sorry, the term isn't robot here. Let us have the not Warforged, not Kenku, and not Arkin lead.
He narrows his eyes.
Well, actually, what does Arkin look like right now?
He looks like a very unassuming wood elf right now.
Never mind. Given your current circumstances, Arkin, by all means, lead the way.
Well, once we find a place to an inn, I'm going to go my separate way. So
that is acceptable. Let us find a base of operations.
All right, Arkin's just going to start walking then. And if no one stops him, he's going to keep heading on up.
Yeah, heading towards that windy path.
Yep.
So as you guys actually start walking out, you see that this area that you're standing in right now, so if you're looking at the base there, you guys are, we'll say right around that bottommost dock that's sticking out. And as you're walking onto the dock, you see that this dock is super busy. There are people constantly unloading ships and moving things onto ships. Further off of the wood of the dock, you see that there are some small makeshift wooden homes that are wrapping around the right side of this mountain as far as you can see. On the left side, you see that there are some open warehouse areas where they have tons of fish stockpiled and people cleaning fish. And the strong smell of fish and ocean wafts over your nose. That's the direction that you see people are moving in as they're like unloading things from ships. If they're not bringing them to any of the warehouses in this area, you're seeing that they're bringing them to the far left of where you guys are. So I assume at that point you guys would be following that group.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as you go further on, you see that there's a large tavern that's there that's called the Fish Head Bar. And as you see people walking in and the door opens, you see that the inside of this place is just bustling. And your eyes draw above it. You see that there's a winding path that is tightly tucked right behind this building that is going up. And as you look up there, you see that there are just dozens of people that are walking that have crates and other goods over their head as they're carrying them up this large path that appears to wind up a couple 100 feet to the city proper.
All right.
Would you like to stay in the fish head, or perhaps I do not know if you like seafood.
I'm done with sea everything.
Well, we can most certainly go and find another inn.
Sure, there'll be one up where everyone's going.
I guess it would be improper to ask one innkeeper about another inn somewhere.
Wait, do some villages have more than one tavern?
Have you not been to a large city before?
Well, I have been to Durentius. And what's the name of the other city? And Falmore. However, Falmore was in a poor state of repair when I was present.
Ark is gonna go to the tavern keeper or whoever's behind the bar or desk.
All right. And as you walk in there, the noise just drowns out anything but the loudest of sounds directly next to you. As there's just tons of chatter and talking going on. And as you walk up to the bar, the barkeep doesn't even like notice that you're there right away. They're just completely swamped by everything that's going on.
He's gonna like slam his head on the desk a few times and like, hey.
Kind of turns his head and it's this big burly human. He's like, how can I help you?
I had a friend that was supposed to meet me at a tavern here in this city, but I'm not sure if it was this tavern or another tavern. Are there more than one taverns here?
This your first time to Grey Pike?
Sure is.
Well, you're going to be a little bit sad to hear that it's going to take some time to find your friend, because the Cheese Hall has about 26 different areas that could be considered taverns.
26.
Yes.
Do any of them specialize in anything in particular that might tickle a traveler's fancy?
Jeez.
They all tickle different parts of everybody's fancy. Does Screech actually say cheese?
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And as you say it without skipping a beat, he just kind of nods and goes, aye.
Did you like cheese, Screech?
And in Gooper's voice, she goes, I.
Well, you're in luck. The Cheese Hall was actually named after how this city got its fame. They used to age cheese in the mines underneath here. And some of its unique flavors and aroma comes from these very caves. And he kind of just like motions his head behind him. In the few hundred years that we've been around, it's obviously grown in size, but we still pay tribute to the cheese that brought us everything that we have here.
Interesting. So if we follow this up, Cheese Hall is going to be that way, which way?
Yeah. Follow the path behind as you get into the city proper. You'll know.
I'm assuming we will smell it. Okay, thank you. Just turns and walks, starts heading up.
Thank you for your information. I'll turn off all.
As you guys walk out of this tavern, and the cold ocean air blows over you, you all kind of get some interesting sensations that flow over you.
Chat.
Absol, you get this shiver that runs up your spine, and you just can't seem to shake it or get warm. As you kind of like, blink a few times, get your eyes adjusted, everything becomes a little bit more acutely detailed. Chaplain, you don't know if it's the cold around here or if it's the fact that you've been on a boat for the few days that you have, but you don't seem to have gotten your land legs back yet. And as a result, your speed is sort of hindered a bit. And you find yourself, sort of trailing behind everybody as you're moving. Screech, if it's the new haircut or what it is, every time the wind blows, you get this chill, and you just can't seem to shake this cold feeling.
Oh, right, the haircut.
The haircut.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But you guys start heading your way up, and as you're moving, you're seeing all these people that are carrying cargo. You see that there's this one large crate that looks like it's about 15 feet long, about 5 feet tall, 5 feet wide. And you see that there are 4 dwarves that have ropes strapped to them as they are dragging this huge crate up this winding path.
What does it look like the crate's loaded with?
It's a concealed wooden crate. It has a tarp over the top of it, but you could tell it's a crate made of wood.
And is the crate on like wheels, or they're just pushing along the dirt?
They're like dragging it through the dirt.
Arkin, Absol, Screech, would you be bothered if I assisted them?
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, do what you want.
Excuse me, Mr. Dwarf. Might I provide some assistance?
No, keep your hands off.
I was not going to touch your cargo. Simply help you push harder.
Push off.
Have a nice day.
Absol walks
I'll
past
walk up.
Chaplain laughing.
I was going to fucking cast Bull Strength on his ass and make it easy.
And as you walk past, you hear all 4 of them say something in Dwarven, and then they all start laughing.
As Ark is walking past, he's gonna slip them 4 gold.
Are you reverse pickpocketing them?
Nope, he's just holding out his hand and like giving them a wink and just handing it out.
They don't even reach for it.
Okay. He just closes his hand, just like shrugs, like, he's like, I like your style, and then keeps walking.
I'm going to pause for a moment, cast a quick spell on myself, and keep going. Comprehend
initiative.
languages. Comprehend languages for the next hour.
Okay. You do it after you hear them say something you don't understand?
Correct. It's like, I'm going to know what's up around here.
Okay. As you do that, they don't say anything else really directed to you, but you can hear them still talking amongst themselves in Dwarvish. And, they're just basically doing idle chatter, like, if the pay wasn't so good, I wouldn't be doing this. Can't stand all this manual labor shit. All these rich socialites think that we can be bought. And then the other one kind of laughs and says, well, we can be bought. And then they all start laughing. But yeah, you guys make your way through. And, this is a good half-hour trek up this mountain without hauling anything.
Gosh.
And as you guys make it up to the top, you see the mouth of the path widen and give birth to this huge view of the city. And unless you all say differently, this is the largest city you have ever seen. You look to your right, and there are all of these what would be considered in this city like the lower class, but for most of you would be just like what a normal house looks like. You see this just sprawl of homes on the right-hand side, just sort of reaching as far as you can see. Dead in front of you, you see these large 2- and 3-story buildings, and all of them have signs with pictures of food or large glasses of mead. Screech, you see one of the signs has a large wheel of cheese on it. Immediately
This
to
is
your
just Melissa bleeding through, though. I just fucking cheese.
to your left, you see that there is
Stop shaking your head at me, John.
you see that there's this large guardhouse with guards actively patrolling all around, and a nice sized tower that you see sentries on top of. Your eyes kind of veer past that, and you see that there's this area that's just full of what look like nicer homes, like what you would consider upper class or like richer homes, that are kind of sprawled out. And you see that there's fine greenery and like parks that are in the area, which is kind of contrasted. Further in the back, you see that there's these large areas of like milled wood and people moving about the city, like groups of 5 guys carrying like large tree trunks on their shoulders.
Arkin is just kind of standing there in stunned silence for a moment, taking it all in.
I suddenly have plans. However, we should find a communal location first.
Cheese.
Let's go find a place to stay with cheese.
She points at the cheese sign.
It was a grid.
This is not a at-sized representation of it. But just to give you an idea, in my fucking fantasy grounds, I think crashed at me.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Oh, the Dungeon Master crash.
What do we do?
crash is what happens to us.
You all die. Okay, we're back.
I don't like that.
Who is zooming up their icons?
You said you crashed.
Bob,
You lost privileges
I'm the
again.
one who's supposed to cause problems.
I was gonna put it back before you came back.
I'm the troublemaker. You
Before he came
stop.
back.
You guys all lost
Damn
privileges
it.
again.
Not even my fault.
Aren't you glad I'm here?
No.
Okay, so what is everybody's intention?
We are going to go find a place to sleep, starting with the sign with cheese on it.
Cheese.
Not gonna
Okay,
really
so you guys are all headed-
otherwise.
We're all looking for a tavern because we all have shit we want to do, but we want to make sure we can find each other afterwards.
Right.
And Scrooge can't go anywhere by herself, so she's just gonna follow somebody going cheese,
Oh my
cheese,
God.
cheese until they go somewhere. Cheese.
So as you guys make your way into this district, you see that this district has nothing but shops, restaurants, taverns. This is where all the market is. If you guys venture more towards the center of it, you see that there is a market proper with stalls that are kind of in a circular pattern opposite of one another. And this area is absolutely bustling with people. And you can see actively that people are bringing product out from the various shops and bringing them to these stalls to be sold. And if you're going to the one with the cheese, then yeah, you could find it pretty easy there, Screech.
Yeah.
We're going into that one.
That is very kind, Arkin. Thank you.
Falling asleep to the smell of cheese.
As you guys walk
Scrooge
in,
just excited, like nods at you.
as you guys walk in, you see this building that is larger than most of the other ones, and there is a large stone counter, and behind the counter there is just cheese stacked up on these different shelves. You see that they have some ale that are in kegs, but their supply of ale is dwarfed in comparison to this large selection of cheese that are there. And you see that the cheese is in various degrees of color. Some have different marbling. Some of them are white, some are yellow, some have green in them. And as you're sort of taking all this in, and you look to the right, you hear a door open, and for a brief second you see that there is this hallway that looks like it goes down under the ground, and someone's walking out with this large full wheel of cheese that's like 3 feet in diameter that he's carrying, and he walks and plops it on the counter in front of somebody who exchanges some gold, and they start cutting it and wrapping it, and they leave with it.
So I'm assuming someone's behind the counter.
Yeah, you see that there's an old elven woman who seems to be sort of talking to everybody, and you see that there is this big, burly, looks like an elf, but with the physique of like a half giant. That is like using, he's the muscle of the place that's bringing the cheese around and helping cut it and all that. And he has this large single blade cleaver that's about 4.5 feet long. That looks like almost what you would see like in a standard like paper cutter. Like basically like they just ripped the blade off of it, and that's what he's using to cut these large wheels of cheese.
Tell me more about Burly Elf and all of his cheese.
He could lift Screech and swing her.
Lift her in one hand and feed her with the other.
He's gonna fucking divorce me for this mythical cheese man.
You don't know that I am.
Mythological cheesemonger.
Excuse us. We were looking for a room and possibly something to eat and drink.
Well, if you need some ale or some of the cheese that made this place the place that it is today, then you've come to the right place. For a room, though, you would have to find one of the other taverns around here.
Do you have any recommendations for a place that is not necessarily fancy?
Well, if you go out to the right and follow it down a way, you'll see that there's a place that's called the Green Tile Inn. That's probably a decent place to start. They don't have many accommodations, but the rooms are clean and they're cheap.
Thank you.
Sounds perfect. Can I get a water, please? Stirred, not shaken.
We have ale and we have cheese.
No water? Fine. He turns and starts leaving.
Absol looks up. A new wine?
It sort of looks you over a little bit. What kind of wine are you looking for?
Not sure.
Do you speak Elven?
No.
Oh, well, she says something to you that you don't understand, and
I
then she
do.
looks at you.
Without even a spell, I just speak that one.
You hear her say, "Tell me what is your delight."
I look over to Absol and wait for him to answer.
She said that in Elvish?
In Elvish, yeah. So you just heard like, "Pemim we say."
Yes.
No, sorry, we don't have any wine.
Okay. He like backs out with Arkin.
Chaplain is going to speak up in Elvish. Are you certain that you have none?
In Elven, she says, someone who appreciates the finer things in life.
I am familiar with a few select wines, however, they are mostly used for ceremonial purposes. And I will list off the name of standard communion wine.
She sort of looks at you with a raised eyebrow. She said, "Well, I can assure you, all the wines that we have here are cause for celebration."
Then, and continuing in Elven, might I ask for a recommendation, something along the lines of a gold in value?
As you say that, her and the big burly elf just start laughing.
I'm not very financially understanding. Please tell me, what price range should I be looking towards?
Well, This elderberry wine, and she pulls out this bottle, and it's this like dark green bottle that looks like it just has carvings in the glass itself. This goes for 150 gold.
I see. Unfortunately, I cannot afford the pallet here, but I appreciate your assistance all the same.
Then she kind of laughs a little bit, and then she reaches down and pulls out another bottle that is clear, and you see it's this deep, almost black-colored wine, and it has platinum trimming to it. She goes, then this one would be... Pops the top off of it and smells it. Far out of your price range. And she puts the top back onto it.
I appreciate the enlightenment.
So,
Apologies.
can I assist you with anything else?
I believe Screech will be interested in some cheese. However, she does not speak this language. In common, Screech, I believe you would like to make some purchases.
Cheese?
She kind of leans forward and looks at you like a child, like she would look at a child.
It's fine. Screech just like is grinning and just like fluffs her feathers up a little bit.
She kind of looks over her shoulder and she's like, and are any of these speaking to you more than the others?
She's going to take a look at all the different cheeses, and she's going to point to one of the marbled ones.
She's like, your friend has good taste as well. And she walks over to where it is on the shelf, or on this large shelf, and she kind of pulls open this drawer underneath it and pulls out this, basically this brown paper that's sort of wrapped up. And she walks over to you and sets it down and pulls the twine on it, and it sort of unfolds, and you see that there's this kind of haphazardly hunk of cheese that's just sitting there. And you see it's all marbled with it appears to be 3 different colors. You see that there's white and yellow, and you see that there's like sort of a darker orange that's sort of marbled in with the yellow. This cheese is probably older than you.
Oh, and I'm checking Screech's age.
How old are Kinku?
She pauses and looks at you and holds up 10 fingers and then stops and then holds up 6.
Congratulations, you are older than I am.
No, this cheese is older than the 2 of you combined. This cheese has to age for almost 30 years before we even bring it out.
And the price for said archaic cheese? Ancestral?
Well, how about that gold you said earlier?
Chaplain will pull out his coin pouch and set down 1 gold.
Screech will also set down a gold, and then she'll hand another gold to Chaplain.
She takes the gold piece and she kind of cuts a piece of the cheese out and she eats it off of the coin. And then she sort of looks around, pulls out the green bottle, pulls out 2 cups, pulls 2 little cups of it, slides it over to you, takes a swig directly from the bottle, and then she just kind of looks at you like, eh?
You are being most generous. I appreciate this. Thank you. And he will pick it up, and I'm going to try and observe some amount of wine etiquette and sniff it and appreciate it, but probably fail miserably.
Screech doesn't know that etiquette, so she's gonna just copy Chaplin's voice directly and be, thank you, and then just pull.
Take wine like a shot.
Pretty much.
You see her like this so pleased look, and she just kind of like. And then she
Screech
just sort of
also
like
very
turns and looks at
gingerly
someone else
packs.
that's in there and goes and walks over and talks to them. She just leaves you.
Screech gingerly packs the cheese in one of her pouches. She's like very excited, like pats it.
What are Absol and Arkin doing as they're out in the city by themselves, unsupervised?
Going to find the
Oh
end.
no! I'm gonna go make some mac and cheese real quick.
Yeah, sure, that's what that sound will be.
Ugh. Not on stream, not on Twitch.
Going to find the inn that we were told about, the green tile inn.
Okay.
Yeah. Epsil's just observing everywhere that he walks by.
As you walk into the area, you see the sign that says the Green Tile Inn, and when you walk in, you notice that the ground is actually like stone that's like covered in moss or moss stained. And you see that there's only like 2 or 3 people that are walking about in there, and one of them appears to be the worker.
Do they freak out if Celine follows him in there?
Are you bringing your mounts around with you?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if you tried walking in with it, they would stop you. They would. Sorry, mounts must stay outside.
You got a place for them?
Around back, there's a stable.
All right,
Stables
we're
are
gonna go
extra with your room, though.
around- Okay, I'll be right back then. He's got to go around the back and
Like as you
check
should
the
leave, is like.
conditions.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're decent. I mean, they're
Okay.
stables. They're all intact. It's clean.
They're
Nothing
pretty
fancy.
stable.
Yeah, they're stable.
He's going to get her comfortable, leave her some food, and then head back in.
I mean, if you tried to stable her, you'd get stopped by one of the attendants. They're like, no, sorry, this is for guests of the inn only.
Oh, we were planning on staying here.
All right, you can put them here, but check back in with me when you check in to make sure.
Of course.
If you're not back in an hour, I let them free.
And he like looks over at his wolf and like scratches his head. You know, okay.
Don't worry, we have plenty of guard in town.
Good to know. Arga's gonna head back in.
And the keep's like, so do they meet your standards?
It'll do. And we need 2 rooms, nothing fancy.
And for how many nights?
He looks over at Absol.
I don't like being in big cities. 2 tops. If
That'll be-
that.
That'll be 24 gold.
Still looking at Absol.
Wait, we're sharing a room, right?
Sure.
1 room.
Oh, you're gonna have them pay for their own or cram it in with us?
No, they're paying for their own.
Yeah.
Well, then 12 gold then.
He like steps forward. Don't worry, I got it.
Oh God.
He hands over the gold.
Alright.
Can you do me a favor? If a shiny person walks in, let them know that Absol and Arkin got a room.
A shiny person?
You'll know him when you see him. A shiny person and a little bird. I love the look on your face. I wish I could see it when you see them.
Yes, sure. He reaches behind or below the counter and he pulls out a key that has like this large green. Looks almost like a poker chip with the number 4 on it. And he's like, "Make sure you show this to the attendant at the stable."
Yeah, we will. Absol grabs the key and walks out.
Arkin is going to start seemingly talking about like the things that they've seen up to this point and coming here, but in Thieves' Cant, he's going to be kind of talking loud enough and asking if there's anywhere to really get some work.
So you're like double talking with everything?
Yes.
Okay. So there's only like 2 other people in here. Like this place isn't bustling by any means.
Right.
Okay, so you're just trying to see if anybody picks up on it?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a D20 roll. Chaplin and Screech, what y'all do?
Seeing as we've now been abandoned, going to find that tavern.
Okay.
Assuming Screech doesn't object.
No, she's just following you, and occasionally she'll break off like a small piece of cheese and just like nibble on it, but like little tiny pieces at a time.
You eat like a bird.
Sits on the ground, smacks her head on it.
Just like, holds it up and just peck, 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 peck. Yeah.
As you two find your way to the end, you walk in and you see Arkin sort of sitting at a table by himself with a water, and he's just talking. He's just like, you kind of look around at who he's talking to, and no one really seems to be paying direct attention to him, but he's still just talking about different things.
After a few minutes of no response, he's just gonna leave.
Well, I don't assume they were that far behind you. That's all.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No, they definitely see him, and he would be getting up when he sees them coming in to start heading out.
And you see this elf sort of run up to you, and he's like, "Do you know Arkin and Absol?"
Friends.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know which one's which, but the one with the darker hair and the cloak. They both had cloaks. I don't know. One of them said that you'd be in here and that... there's the other one right there. Points at Arkin.
It's like, pulls his head up and starts walking.
They told me that you would be here. He kind of just like looks around. He's like, well, yeah.
How can we be of assistance?
Oh, Dad, they wanted. Never mind. And he just turns around and walks away.
Was this like tavern keeper kind of looking person?
Yeah, you see him like turn around and walk away, and he walks back behind the door, and he's behind the counter again.
I would like to rent a room.
Sure. Are you planning on staying 2 nights, same as your friends?
Certainly.
And will you need use of the stable as well?
Screech will, yes.
Yes, she repeats in Chaplin's voice.
Then that will be 12 gold.
I will sift through my...
Screech will pay it.
Thank you, Screech.
He reaches underneath and he's like, well, I don't have rooms directly next to your friend, but he pulls out a key that has a chip on it with the number 7 on it. This one's right across the hall and down slightly from them.
Thank you kindly. What room are they residing in?
He sort of turns and looks at Arkin.
Arkin, for the sake of safety, what room are you residing in?
Room 4.
Thank you.
Make sure you take this token to the stable hand and they will get your mount set up.
Well, he would have given it to Screech anyway because she paid.
Screech will go do that with following her. Yay.
I presume, Arkin, we will meet here tonight.
Yep, unless things go bad. Nope, walks out.
Okay.
So
What?
Screech would see Absol at the stables.
She's gonna walk up to him and like jingle the key. Room.
Walking out here by herself.
Chaplain actually follows right behind because Chaplain saw Screech walk off by herself and knows
Well,
doesn't like to
she
do that.
has, and her friends are inside. So as far as she's concerned, everyone's here.
True.
And Absol like looks at the stable person. He like waves it up and starts walking off. You got any plans that I should be around for? Either of you? I'm not going to
Yes.
church.
She offers
No.
up a small piece of cheese. Cheese.
It's fucking perfect.
Pulls up a little bit of it. Sure. Thanks.
Oh, and Absol, for clarification, they do offer wine, however, it is out of all of our price range. 100
Price?
gold at least.
Screech just jingles her coin purse. She didn't know how much it was. Nobody told her.
We were offered a free sample. The actual
Even-
bottle was at least 100 gold.
She jingles her coin purse again.
I am imagining you all have far much greater volumes of currency than I do.
So as you're doing that, the stable hand would be like, I wouldn't go showing your money around like that. It's a good way to get your pockets lighter.
She squints at him and then holds it closer to her.
Not me. Why would I tell? Never mind.
He is offering kind advice.
He was just
She
trying to make
moves
himself
it and,
not a
like-
suspect.
Buries it amongst other things in her pack, so it's not like at the top of her pouch. It's like in the middle of her backpack, surrounded by shit. I know how these criminal people work.
Like
Yeah,
criminals.
even
Like,
even if I could have afforded that wine, I don't think I would want to buy from them.
Speech. I plan to look for various chapels if there are any present here. Absol, with what you are going to be doing tonight, do you wish for company, or is it best that you and Arkin work by yourselves?
Probably leave Arkin alone. Especially you, Screech. I don't know, you could check it on him if you want.
It is more that I wish to go seeking out a chapel, and that does not necessarily interest the rest of you as well. And Screech does best when she is accompanied by others.
Ark is going to.
Who's babysitting Screech?
I get what? Where are you going, Screech? Do you have anything that you want to do?
she shakes her head, picks up the cheese and shows it like cheese, and puts it back in her pouch.
She's had a fulfilling day.
Okay.
She nods.
So mission accomplished. Good. Do you want to wait in your room till we come back?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go and talk to some people that wouldn't get along with Chaplain very much. We'll say that. So, unless you've been around people like that, you might have either
She
a good
nods.
or bad time.
Before you even finish, you said that she's nodding.
You have. Interesting. Okay. Well, you can.
You could
But
consider
doesn't
a
going
bonding
with
experience.
Chaplain to go like pray and stuff sound like fun?
She shakes her head.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Screech, I'm gonna go look at weapons and shit.
She immediately decides to go with you. She looks at you and is just like,
Look over at Arkin and like wink.
Screech.
He
Further
mouths, "I
reminder,
owe you."
Please purchase a cloak.
cloak!
If you guys need anything purchased, you can like give us the money. We'll get it for you.
My coin is finite. However, do bear in mind rations and possible medical supplies that would be best used for the group, as I cannot sufficiently fund all of us.
I don't know how I feel about buying food when you know, like poof the food out of thin air the whole
It
time we were
takes
on the boat.
Significant effort. If you would like me to continue to do so, I can. However, it will put us at a disadvantage in a combat situation. The discretion is yours.
Let's not try to fight anything in the middle of this town
I meant
or this
for
city.
you are only planning on staying here 2 days. I imagine we will need food after we leave this place.
Right. We'll get some food when we leave. Some more cheese and everything.
I will see you all tonight. Please make sure that we speak to each other before we sleep, to make sure that everyone is well. Have a nice day. And Chaplain will back off and kind of walk away. Feeling kind of lonely, but hey, that's fine.
Swishes the hair out of his eyes again.
Yeah.
emo kid,
Life is
non-conforming as
loneliness.
can be.
I walk a long way round.
Okay. Arkin, what are you doing?
He is going to go around like he is singing a song, but it really is just more thieves' cant asking for work. And he's also going to be looking for any like markings and notations that are, you know, normal people would look past, but actually mean something to like thieves and shit.
Sure. Do you have any background feats or anything like that that give you any sort of leg up in this scenario?
Let's see. What was his? 1 second.
His background is criminal, so I'm assuming.
Yeah. Hey, that's offensive.
Did you ever pick a specialty?
Specialty?
Yeah, you get a criminal specialty.
Where's our background written down?
I mean,
I don't know.
go to the main.
Let me check
top
your
tab.
thing here. I'm inspecting your
There we
thing.
are. Thank you.
Why is my fucking fantasy grounds locking up so much today? Jesus Christ.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Too much porn open.
Not enough porn open.
I'm gonna have to agree with Bob on this one. I'm just staring at Melissa, staring at her screen.
I was counting how many tabs I had open.
Oh my
It's only
god,
4.
I don't want to know. Don't tell me.
It's only 4.
I heard 24 at first.
Yeah, me
Oh
too.
Oh my
Four.
fucking god.
Yeah, I'm not that bad.
Making me start
right
crashing.
Hey, you didn't pick a criminal background, so you can choose one of these. So go into your background, go down to criminal specialty. You can choose one, or if you would rather leave it up to fate, you can roll one.
I also have a feature called Criminal Contact who's reliable.
now. Oh shit, I got that too. Forgot.
Does that work here in the city I haven't been to? Like, do they have a network? Like,
Kind of. What you could
There's
do
a
is you could reach out to them to get info of the area that you're in.
okay.
Your criminal contact would be Quell.
Fuck. I can't reach out to him though, Cliff,
Why
Whose
can't you?
fault is that?
because he's not here.
Well, can't you message?
Not that kind of distance, no.
How was Chaplain able to?
His is like a higher level
It's
spell.
a tier 3 spell.
Yeah, mine is
Oh.
a cantrip.
So
Yeah.
I mean, you could. So it says that even over great distances, specifically, you know the local messengers, corrupt caravan masters, the seedy sailors. So you can find someone to get a message to this contact.
Okay, so I want to use that to basically, wait for a reply
Maybe I
to
don't have that anymore.
get a lay of the land, know who to talk to, where to find.
I mean, just remember that getting that response back would take days.
No.
I mean, you got to figure, like, the distance that you guys are, you know that they're on a different continent.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, any way that you can think of getting a message there other than Chaplin magically doing it, you know is going to take a little bit of time.
Okay. So, no, he's just going to continue what he's doing, like find the usual signs that, that are basically hidden directions on where to go, where the safe houses are, shit like that.
Okay. Go ahead and are you picking your specialty or are you rolling for it?
I don't even see that on my sheet. Where the hell?
So right above proficiencies, the word proficiency under criminal. Are you in your criminal thing? Go to your main page where it says background criminal. Right above proficiencies, it says criminal specialty.
Okay.
You could choose a specialty, or you could just roll for it if you want to, like I said, leave it up to fate.
Ooh. I guess from our original story that Sin and I came up with, his would be hired killer.
Okay.
He was more the bounty hunter.
Then let me go ahead and add this to your notes. Hired killer. Yeah. I don't think this is the right area to put this. I feel like there's another area that this should be going in.
Probably.
Yeah, it should be going under here. Boop, boop. Done. Okay, there you go. So it's under your traits now.
All right.
And what that means is there are many kind of criminals, and within a thieves guild or similar organization, individual members have particular specialties. Choose a role you played in your criminal life. Roll on the table below. So yeah. So this will make it whereas if we have to do any sort of roles or anything for that, you already have a specialty in that.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So that's what you're trying to do, right?
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a investigation roll, please.
Okay.
All right, Absol, what are you doing?
What are we doing?
Arkin should have stayed near Absol. At least for a little bit. Absol's using his feature called Ear to the Ground, where I can come into a connection in the form of a contact in any city I visit. A person provides me with information about the people and places of the local area.
Okay. And what are your intentions?
After I contact this guy, I'm going to try to find the best place for weapons and armor in the city, whether it's legal or not.
So the best place for weapons and armor?
Yes.
All right. So how do you go about locating the contact?
He would go to the busiest area that he can find, and as soon as he gets there, he does some kind of whistle, and if he doesn't get any response within like a minute or two, he would go to the next busiest place.
Okay. So walking through the market area, not too far from where you are, you notice someone who seems to be sort of surveying the crowd a bit. You see that he's sort of standing back. He's dressed in a brown cloak that he has sort of pulled taut. and he just appears to be observing, and you'll see him move from location to location occasionally.
He's gonna just look straight at him and do his whistle and see if he like looks over to where the noise is coming from.
Yeah, he kind of looks at you, and he's just waiting for like a signal.
He's gonna like gesture his head over and go behind some buildings.
Yeah, as you do that, as soon as you gesture your head, you see him walk between some buildings.
All right, Screech, let's go, and he follows him.
Screech is following.
As you dip into this alley, the noise dies down a little bit, and it's just the one guy there, and he pulls his hood back, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's been so long since I've seen you. How are you?" And he reaches his arm out.
Reaches his arm back, and he's like pausing for a little bit, waiting for him to come towards me, I guess.
Yeah, he walks up and he grabs you by the forearm, and he has one hand behind his back.
Shanked in an alley.
So how are you reacting when he grabs your forearm?
He's just gripping it tighter, and
You're grabbing his, you mean?
Huh?
You're grabbing his, or?
Yeah, and
Okay. I mean, as you do, he just shakes. He's
And
like,
he-
"And what can I do for you, friend?"
he takes a step back. We were just passing through, looking for weapons, armor. What did you need? A cloak?
Screech nods.
Anything else?
Guess not.
And he
I was trying to think, but I don't think there's anything else. So
And
she should shake her head.
and he pulls his cloak back a little bit to reveal his pistol. Maybe something in the lines of this too.
All right. And what type of condition are you looking for these things to be in? You want them cold or you want them hot?
Either way works.
You got money?
And he pulls out some gold, just holding it in his hand without revealing how much. Yeah. And goes to like shake his hand again.
He shakes your hand directly this time, and as you pull your hand away, you see that there is a silver coin in your hand that has an eye on the front of it. And he kind of nudges his head to the south, and he's like, "Head over to the lodges there. You'll find a blacksmith named Rudrick. He'll be able to help you."
Nods and all right, thanks.
Hey,
We're in the area again.
don't wait another 10 years.
And he backs out.
Puts his hood back up and walks away.
Alright.
Screech doesn't say anything to that entire exchange, really?
Nope. Do you not remember her background?
I remember her background,
Yeah.
but I also know
she,
Screech is a fucking scatterbrain, so I mean...
No, she's a scatterbrain, but I feel like from a very early life, you don't fuck around in that scenario or you get killed. So she's just arms crossed, trying to look intimidating with them fucking bug eyes. Scary bird!
So scary.
She's just looking at him like... Cheese?
What?
No cheese!
Blacksmith's name was Roderick.
Rudrick. All right, Chaplain, what are you doing?
I'm looking for a temple. I'm literally just going to ask around, random people that don't look super busy, and ask, "Excuse me, do you know of any temples nearby?" What
Go ahead and
temples are
give me a charisma roll.
At least I have a bonus to that. Ha! 21.
You stop and there's this woman that's dressed quite nicely, and you catch her in the market, and she's like, Yes, there's quite a few. Which god is your god of choice? We have.
Are there perhaps any that observe more than a single deity?
I'm afraid not. We have, and she kind of points down the road a little bit. She's like, there's the Temple of Wokin here for trade. And if you head up to the north slightly into Greengate, we have the Church of Lathander. If you...
Go ahead. My brain stopped.
You're good. On the southern end of the East Ward, there's the Church of Torm, and if you're don't mind a hike to the far north in the courts, there's the Church of the Jackal.
That is where I am going. Thank you. I was actually going to ask for a Temple of Agama, but it seems information spreads. So
Sort of just curtsies and continues on her way.
Go towards the Temple of the Jackal. I was literally pulling up the list of gods so I could find the old God of Knowledge name, assuming that it wasn't known everywhere, but it's been a year apparently.
So as you're walking around Arkin, you start seeing markings carved into some of the stalls that you recognize as markings that are telling you like which stalls have been hit recently, which ones not to fuck with. And you find one of the stalls that has 3 lines on it, which you recognize as being like a safe haven.
Okay. He's gonna step inside there.
And you see that it's just like it's a small fruit stall. And then he has a few pieces of which look like secondhand silverware. He's like, welcome, friend. Is there anything that I can do for you?
Well, then he like starts going into this long drawn out description, but he's basically saying looking for some work.
He kind of narrows his eyes and looks at you. Any kind of work that you're better at? You're more trained in?
And you know, and thieves can still continuously basically says assassinations.
You're looking for cleanup work. Well, there's a few cleaners in town, depending on how dirty the laundry may be.
I'm looking for a company that maybe an area where some of the employees feel a little disenfranchised. Maybe they want to find a better place to work, more options, looking for something new. You know of any place like that?
No. Most of the companies around here are part of a union, but you may find some people in the lodges that are looking for other employment opportunities.
The lodges were towards the south, right?
You got it, friend.
All right. Any particular signage I should be looking for?
Oh, I'm sure you'll know a safe place when you see one.
Understood. Slides over a gold coin.
He
That
takes
was a
it,
blast
puts it in
to
his
listen
up
to.
his sleeve, and he just nods at you.
Nods and then starts heading for the lodges.
Ark and Screech, you guys find your way to the lodges, which...
Absol?
Absol.
Yeah, that guy. You guys find... Well, Arkin too. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So Absol, Screech, you guys find your way to the lodges, which is a stark contrast from the Cheese Hall. The stone sort of gives way to dirt, which sort of gives way to mud. And it's slightly dirtier into this area. You can see that this is definitely a more working class area. It appears to be mostly comprised of homes, which seem to be small family homes, or any of the larger buildings appear to be like multifamily stacks. And then there are a few of more labor-intensive jobs that you're seeing. The people that are actually tanning leathers. You see that there are people there that are actually doing stonemasonry. And you come across an area where there is this very, very large human with greasy black hair and a large, greasy mustache, who is just forging the largest sword you've ever seen in your life.
How's that one look for you, Screech?
Screech isn't looking at the person at all. She's staring at the sword and just like, what?
Are you guys close enough to him for him to hear this? You guys saying it?
Probably saying it as we're walking up.
He kind of chuckles and he stops and he looks at you and he's like, "Little one, if you can wield it, I'll give it to you."
Yes.
Axel like grabs her shoulders and pushes her forward. Like, oh, you're gonna,
Someone in
you're
chat,
gonna love
give her
this.
a D4. Give her the
Screech is just, she nods enthusiastically and it's just, I try.
Oh, burning IP for advantage.
Oh, it'll be so worth it.
He fucking
Yeah,
he
actually, I'll
just
do that.
you can't burn it for advantage, but you can burn it for a reroll if you don't do it.
Okay.
He just starts like belly laughing, and he slides. He kind of pushes himself backwards out of the way, and you see the sword. Like the hilt of it's still just a metal, just a metal tab. Hasn't even been built for an actual handle or anything, and it's this large, probably like 12 to 13 inch wide blade that is just straight up, and it hasn't even been the blade hasn't even been grinded down to have a point yet.
Fucking Buster Sword.
Right.
So it doesn't look finished in the slightest, is what you're telling me.
Oh, it's not finished yet, no.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
So he kind of like laughs and he lets you go ahead and try. Go ahead and do a strength check.
Screech is gonna give it a shot.
got this.
I'm scared now. Fuck that, rerolling. I'm gonna use my luck to reroll
That would be a
Okay.
6.
'Cause I can.
I killed Screech.
Falls on her.
Yeah. Doop, doop. No! How many times can I use my luck on one thing? I don't think it.
One time.
But can she luck and then IP?
No.
Oh.
So you grab the blade and you lift it up with such ferocity, and as you get it like almost to like a complete upright position, you feel the blade sway in your hand and you just topple backwards and this thing just lands on you. As he sort of walks away and starts laughing, and he picks it up with one hand and throws it onto his shoulder. And you see this human is much larger in stature than the average human. He's standing almost 7 feet tall, and he is a big boy, probably 400 or 500 pounds. His fingers are like the size of my forearm.
So I have an idea. Chaplain accidentally falls off a cliff, and this guy joins the party, and I play him.
No.
Okay.
You fall off a cliff and land on a mattress somehow. Land in a hay bale. The hay bale has the insignia of the jackal on the side of it.
Motherfucker.
I got you.
I just made a mattress. Here comes Chaplin.
Look what I invented!
But yeah, he picks the sword up, and he just starts laughing. This is loud, like, better luck next time. And then he slaps it back down on the anvil and begins banging away at it again. And he just, that's pretty much it. Like, he doesn't even continue conversation or anything with you. He's just kind of chuckling as he's banging away at this.
Absol's like looking around at some of the other stuff in the area. You know where I could find a Redrick?
Well, you'd have to go searching around for the most handsome and skilled blacksmith in this city.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait.
And Absol takes a step like away. Then,
As you
like,
do, you feel the largest hand you've ever felt on your shoulder pull you backwards, and you just hear him whisper in your ear, "That's me."
Screech mimics the guy's laugh.
So you hear both of them in stereo.
Ooh, that's a good time.
Absol kind of like buckles down a little bit from both of the freaking things ringing in his ear. And he's like, great, just who I was looking for. And he as he like is going to move his hand off his shoulder, he has the coin between his fingers.
He pulls his hand away and he sort of looks at it, and he just spreads his fingers just a little bit, and it rolls into his palm, and he closes his hand and he tucks it into his apron. Ah, a friend of the family, I see.
Back from a long trip.
Well, what can old Roderick do for you here?
I don't know if you would have something like this, but she needs a cloak. I'm probably gonna have to go somewhere else for that, but armor, weapons, and he pulls back his cloak again. Something like this.
Kind of squints and he looks at it. And what are you looking to do? You want something that's bigger? You want something that's easier to carry?
For this, probably just same style. Hits a little harder. Armor, browsing at the moment.
Well, figure out what you want and let me know. Anything you see here, I'll give it to you at the family discount. If it's not here, I can make it. And for the little one here, I'm sure I got a cloak or two inside I can get for her.
She smiles and like bounces happily for a moment, and then she'll pull out her shield and clunk it and be like, better?
Yeah, we can do a lot better. Well, take a look around. There's a few things we have that we can't put on display, but I don't think that's what you're looking for. If it's good hard steel you're looking for, it's out here. Let me know what you want and we'll make it work.
So you wanted a shield and a cloak?
She kind of slings the shield back and pulls out her battle axe and just, she holds it and then she just motions for it to be shorter.
He just grabs it and he snaps it over his knee. And then he gives it back to you and he's like, is that about the right size?
That was metal.
She just kind of like hefts it, takes a practice swing, not towards him. And really like turns, swings, and
hits him by accident, tink of his skin.
He just reaches his hand out, palm up at you. Give it back.
She hands it back.
He walks over to this large grind wheel and just starts grinding the bottom piece of it where he snapped it over his leg into a more finite, smoothed out dullness to it, and then he starts wrapping it with leather, rivets it down into it, and he hands it back.
She takes it and like bounces a couple times happily, and then she looks up at him and makes the sound of like coins hitting each other, like trying to say how much.
He just kind of looks at you in amazement. Like, do that again.
Shoot again.
Yeah, you do it. He just. And then he walks away. You don't know the fuck you're asking.
She looks at Absol and just looks confused. Like, huh?
People have to get time to know how to talk to you.
He walks over to this wall that has all these different shields on it. And he's like, he's kind of looking. He's like, which of these do you like the most?
She's gonna. As she scans the wall, she's like kind of eyeing them up, and then looks down at herself, and then looks back up again, and then like looks at the shield she has, and like measures it to herself, and then looks back up at the wall before she points at like one in the top corner.
Of course.
Just like, ugh!
He just
It's
walks
tall, she's
over.
short.
He just walks over. It's like nipple height for him. So he gives it to you, and he grabs a sword from the wall, and he's sort of just like this, and he just turns and looks at you, and he draws back over his head and swings.
She holds the shield up and like blocking the best she can.
Screech, no!
You feel the weight of the sword hit the shield and just knock you back almost a foot as you're just skidding across the gravel. Yeah, I think that's a good fit.
And if it wasn't,
he puts the sword back up, and then he walks over towards where Absol's at.
Absol is like, he has his bag on the floor and he's like pulling out a bunch of stuff. Would you be willing to buy any of these? And he pulls out his studded leather, and he should have, yeah, he has 3 daggers.
He kind of like looks at the leather, and he sort of squints his eyes, and he leans in real close, and he's like, "Does this look like a leather shop?"
It doesn't look like a cloak shop, but apparently you got some for her.
And again, he just grabs it, and he kind of like looks at it, and he like pulls it to see if he can tear it with his hands. He's like, yeah, we could take that. And he grabs the daggers. How much you want for him?
Just take it off the price whenever I figure out what I want.
He walks over to this large kiln, opens it, just tosses the daggers in.
And he pulls out the armor that Chaplin gave him. Do you have any more pieces that would go with this? I don't want to be fully armored, just more, but I want to be able to move.
He's like looking at it, he's like, this is quality stuff here. Not as good as what I could whip up, but for one of you tourists coming in, this is definitely pretty good stuff.
Got it off a giant.
Off a giant, you say? Oh, I don't envy the poor sap that he killed to get this tiny thing off of. Probably skinned him alive.
So what do you think? You got any pieces that'll match it?
Yeah. Not exactly. I'd have to custom make something if you want it to match perfectly, but sort of walks over to some of the prefabbed armor that he has, and he's like, we could probably take some pieces off of this, and it'd be close enough.
You have anything better?
I can make better. That takes
How
time
long?
and that takes money.
How long?
I don't know, if you just need some boots, a couple plates to cover here and there, 3 days.
How much?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? Looking at the shield, the pieces we'll need for this, and for that gun you got there. What are you looking to do with that?
If I could trade it in, I'll give you this. You give me something better.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, friend. A fair trade really isn't gonna be met with that. That thing's dirty. Looks like you haven't cleaned it ever, and it's used. So we can knock some off, but fair trade wise, you're not gonna get it.
Looking for fair. I'm a little bit knocked off. That's it.
And what are you looking in exchange for?
Like I said, something similar size. I'm not looking for anything bigger.
Okay. Well,
Seeing Absol just start like taking things out and selling them, Screech is gonna pull out her old chainmail and hand axe, and her old shield, and just kind of like.
he's just looking at you like, where the fuck did you pull this all from?
She's also gonna pull out her halberd. I can't read. Yeah, halberd.
Just got this fucking just chink,
Just
chink, 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 chink. Like, what the fuck?
And Absol pulls one last thing out of his bag. I don't know if you can use this here or if you would want it. And he doesn't pull it out all the way. He like moves the bag over and he's showing him the diamond.
Ah. That you should be careful with. That'll get you killed. But
She turns and glares at Absol.
if you want to use that for barter, that'll definitely knock some off.
Yeah, if you would want it. Sure, I got no use for this thing.
Where'd you get the diamond from?
That was a long time ago when we were finding the.
Is that the one in the
Before
tree
the-
you found or something?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Like when we did the snake church thing.
Snake Church. All hail Snake Jesus.
I don't remember the snake church. Was this one of the ones I missed?
No, you were here. Remember the you guys walked past that one out there village and it looked like there were like some ritual going on, and then when you came back, yeah.
Shit,
That's
that's
when
a long
Absol-
ass time ago.
You ain't got no legs, Absol.
You gave that diamond to Arkin though, because you were
Yeah.
bribing him for something. Yeah,
Oh.
you were like, you were like bribing him something having to do. I think it was.
Oh, that was Beryl and the goblins.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like Beryl was at the tail end of his game.
Poor Beryl.
All right. And with everything here, you'd be looking at, with the family discount, 320 gold.
These people and their money.
Screech steps aside and then points to the axe and then the shield and goes, these. And then makes the coin clinking sound again.
Well, for those two, you're looking at about 190 for those with the
In
trade.
Absol's voice, she says cloak.
That I'll throw in.
She pauses and hems and then just nods and she starts counting out coins. Oh, I have to math for this. Hold on. Adjusting money's hard.
You want me to just take it out of yours? It's real easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Because all I got to do is go into modifier, type in negative 190, and then drag it over your gold, and then boop.
Negative 4 times the amount of gold I have?
Yep.
I'm bad at math when I'm not on drugs.
And he kind of holds his
Big
big
old
ass
prescribed
hand out
drugs.
towards you, Absol.
Absol hands over his whole money pouch. Like, I'll get the rest to you later. You can keep all this stuff.
I got you.
He
sighs and looks at him and makes a coin clinking sound and just stares him dead in the eye.
I don't go for the money whenever we find stuff. I let you guys all do that.
So, Arkin.
said, "Well,
Money
I'm not gonna-
need later," and she makes the coin clinking sound. She's
he's
trying to ask how much you need, but she doesn't.
Well, he says to Absol when he says that, he said, "Well, I'm not going to be able to get that pistol until tonight. Come back with the 50 gold, or I'm going to consider all of this a donation."
Yeah, you got it.
Screech hands over another 50 gold. And then she
There
stares
it
at
is.
Absol and it's just like,
He pulls out his silver pouch. Like, you want it?
I pulled it out of your silver in accident, so I corrected that, Screech.
okay. Did you pull the 50?
Yeah, I did the 52.
Okay.
Yeah, so that you still have that amount left.
It's such a sad amount.
Oh, boo fucking who.
Shut up!
It's a sad amount, not even having an amount in there.
Yeah.
I'm really poor right now compared to where I started.
Absol's rocking a 0 gold right now. So
Me too!
roll deception. So he takes the money and he says, "Come back after sunset, and I'll have that for you."
All right.
And as far as it goes, Screech, you do not have that anymore. And so you turned what, the battle axe into a one-hand axe? Is that what the idea was behind that?
Yeah, so she could use it with the shield.
She just wanted to break it.
Oh, I'm just gonna drag it. Just the snap, and I'm just like.
All right. And then that's gone. And as you guys start walking away, he's like, "Hold on a second." And he walks inside. And he comes back out with this dark brown cloak. And he throws it at Screech.
Completely covers her.
If it's a cloak meant for him,
It doesn't appear that it was made for him. It's still bigger than what she would need, but it's definitely too small for him. He would look like the drawings of Little Red Riding Hood with that. It'd come up to like his ass.
So, how cold is it? Like, is it cold enough Screech would immediately put it on?
Seems how you haven't been able to get warm since you got here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, Screech just puts the cloak on immediately, like, over everything she's got, and it's just like... And then Chaplain's voice says, "Thank you." And she pulls out her cheese and breaks off a piece and offers it to him. Cheese?
Takes a piece.
Yeah!
Cheese buddies.
Did you give him your old shield, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Old shield, hand axe, and chainmail, and halberd.
You only have one shield on you right now, right?
I'm gonna double check.
I'm pretty sure you do.
I should only have the one.
Okay. Now you have the none. Now you have the one.
Yeah!
All right. And I'll have to redo your. Actually, I could probably do that real easy, like this. All right, cool. Make sure you equip your new shit, otherwise, you know, you ain't gonna have it. Absol, you do not have your pistol anymore. You do not have your daggers anymore. And you do not have your studded leather anymore. Okay. Arkin, you find yourself wandering through these alleys between these homes in the lodges. And all of the homes that you see in this one particular area have the 3 lines kind of carved into the side of them. And then you see one that has sort of an eye with a circle around it. The letter, like a lowercase I with a circle around it.
I would go for that one then. It looks like it's meant to stand out from the rest.
Yep.
Yeah. This is gonna... Is the door open or...
The door's not open, no.
Okay. Yeah, he would just go up and give a light knock.
And you hear just someone call out, "Is this family business?"
Indeed it is.
And which part of the family are you from?
Southern Ozo region.
Do you know any of the uncles?
Not locally, but I'm hoping to.
You hear a chain latch slide. Door kind of opens a little bit. And he kind of looks you over a little bit. You look like a transient. What kind of work you do?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I was looking to see what kind of work really needed to be done around here.
You good at heavy lifting?
I've done some pretty heavy lifting in my time, yes.
So you're not afraid to get your hands dirty?
Not at all.
Kind of pokes his head out the door a little bit, opens it, ushers you in.
He goes in, steps in.
Closes the door, locks it. And he kind of looks at you. He's like, I'm baking a pie downstairs in the basement right now if you want to come have a slice. And he just walks down the stairs.
All right. He looks around a little bit and then follows.
And as you walk down, you see that there are 4 other people that are down there with a pretty large sum of coin on the table that they're counting out. And you see the one guy that was leading you down. He sort of looks at one of the other guys and nods. And the other guy sort of holds his hand out towards you, and he says, "Do you have anything on you that we should know about?"
He pulls back his hood and like pulls back his cloak and everything, and he like lifts his arms up. I don't know with his concealed daggers if they would even be able to find them on him.
Are you keeping them concealed?
Yes, in their special sewn in places on his armor.
Okay, understood. You're not going to divulge them, though, you're saying.
Right.
Okay. As you hold your hand out like that, the other guy at the table, so the one guy still got his hand out towards you. One of the other guys at the table sort of gets up and pats you down. And the one that had his hand out, you see his hand start glowing in green, and he sort of closes his hand a bit, and as he does, you feel this sort of rush over you. Mm-hmm. And your connection with the web of magic, you feel cut off.
Good to know.
And then all 3 of them sit down, and one sort of kicks a chair out towards you.
He takes a seat like he's done this for years.
We can speak freely down here.
Good. How's the population of guards around here?
Too many.
Gotcha.
This place has been we've seen a few waves of attacks over the last few weeks. The vampires have gotten pretty bad.
Yeah, we've had some vampire issues in Ozo, and we've been journeying for a while trying to locate some things that might help and aid in making killing those bastards a little easier.
It don't take much to do it. You just got to hit them with the stake in the right area, but their numbers, there's so many of them anymore. If you'd have came here 3 days ago, you'd have seen a pile of them out the front entrance.
Good to know you guys can handle yourselves around here.
They're getting crafty, though. A few of them scaled the cranes over in the East Ward. Crazy bastards climbed 200 feet of rope to get up here.
Well, I was coming to find work, but also wondering how many organizations do we have here in such a humongous city?
Well, we're pretty much the main one here in the lodges. We handle the petty street crime, nothing too crazy.
See here, you must have recently completed a job as he gestures towards the gold on the table.
Now, this is something that just kind of fell upon us here. It's amazing that people will leave stalls unattended when they hear that there's a vampire attack.
That they do. Well, I wanted to see if there was anyone around that might fit my or match my goals, and I think I might have lucked up on the right area. Looking to maybe start a family of my own. Start moving up in the ranks, not settle for just, a gold here, a copper there, but maybe start forming in a crew that could get some real jobs done.
Well, we do pretty good for ourselves around here. Not too many people are going to take too kind to you trying to share the ranks.
Oh, I'm sure. And have you had any luck with moving up in the ranks? Doubtful.
He kind of just looks over at the table. We do all right.
Yeah, you do all right, but you can always do better.
Yeah, of course, we can always do better, but what do you have to offer that's better than this?
Experience, ambition, know-how.
So, where's your experience come from? What do you have to show for this?
Well, what do you need to see?
I mean, you're trying to sway us into your organization. What is that organization?
Well, right now, that organization is me. But I have worked for organizations before. Big cities, small cities, and it's all the same. The people at the top get all the profits, and by the time it trickles down to you, you're just still scraping by. I'm looking to not work for anybody else, but maybe start something with people who are like-minded, who want to broaden their horizons, to live like the rich.
How do you propose we do that? Where's your income coming from?
All over. He pulls out his bag and he starts putting stuff like out on the table and showing like his money pouch, keeping an eye on it, of course, but
Come on, there's honor amongst thieves, aren't there?
it's like, so we do all right. I'm not alone in this. But, having a place that I can reliably sell our wares, get top coin for it, also be able to network better without everyone taking a cut, everyone getting more of the profits that they deserve. You do the groundwork, you should get paid more. Am I wrong?
Sounds fair. I'm just waiting to hear the catch.
No catch. We keep expanding. We all gain profit together. If we're not making money, I'm not making money either. And I think we all want to make money.
Go ahead and do a persuasion roll.
Or you fuck it up.
Right. Whoops. Nope, not that. Do I have anything to add to this? Nope. I'm going to use a dot of reroll thingy on that.
Sure.
Dot of reroll thingy.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
It's called IP.
This is not
Well, it sounds good, but I'm gonna need a little bit more than word.
all right.
What are you gonna do to demonstrate that you can bring more to us than what we currently have?
All right. So here's my idea. You have this nice little hut here. No offense. But first things first, you would need an actual establishment, a nice little hideout. What if I said that we could get you someplace nicer?
I'm listening.
Well, you tell me where a nice little establishment is that's a little bit bigger than what you have here. And my crew and I can go and claim it. Won't be mine, it will be ours.
All right. How about this? Our little outfit has 10 men.
Mm-hmm.
Most everybody reports to me, but I don't consider myself a boss. If you can somehow make Enzo, who's an officer, disappear, then we'll
Enzo's
entertain
been
your
giving
little
you
idea.
trouble, huh?
Let's just say Enzo's not the cleanest guard. And Enzo knows my name and face.
Understood. Say no more. Where does Enzo typically reside?
Here's the kicker. He's the guard captain. So he's almost exclusively at the guard's outpost right near the entrance to the city. He has 200 men under his command and is relatively untouchable. So if we touch him, we send a message. And if me and the boys here have an alibi of where we are when Enzo goes up missing, then no one will suspect we're the ones that did it.
But you'll want them to know that you did have something to do with it if you're trying to make a name.
No. We'll just leave a calling card.
Okay.
What does your organization use for a symbol?
He looks like he's scratching his neck and he pulls out a dagger real smooth and just starts carving this symbol into the table.
Dick move.
Real dick move. Especially for an 11 on a persuasion roll. He sort of looks at the one guy that hasn't said anything yet, sort of nods to him, and he pulls a piece of paper out, he puts it over it, and he starts rubbing charcoal over the gash that you carved into it, and he sort of holds up this makeshift design that you carved in.
Yep. So I make this happen, and then we can talk. Correct?
Sounds good. He reaches out, puts one hand behind his back, and reaches out his hand to you.
Arkin returns the same gesture.
Grabs your forearm, shakes it, and he slides his hand back. And as he slides his hand back, you feel him pass a coin into your hand.
And without opening it, Arkin's going to slip it into one of his little hidden pockets.
And he kind of looks over the guy that held his hand out to you when you first came in there, and you see him just sort of pull his hand back, and as he does, you feel the magic return to your senses.
And by the way, I go by the name Arkin, and you are?
We'll exchange names once you prove yourself, Arkin. But now that we know yours, we'll make sure we keep an eye on you.
Good. And then he stands up and says, do you know a place where a man could sell his wares at top coin?
Take that coin I gave you head down the street, a few hundred feet, you'll find big burly guy. Super nice. His name is Rudrick.
Entire city has one NPC.
Well, for what we're into, yeah. Arkin nods to all of them, just kind of like taking a mental note of how each one of them looks, how they're positioned themselves, how they carry themselves, like the most minute, seemingly irrelevant details. And this is a good day to you all. And
Go ahead and give me an
he
insight check.
Okay. All right, and then he's going to go ahead to find Redrick.
All right. Chaplain, after walking through the city a little bit, which path do you take from the cheese hall towards the courts?
So I'm going to go based off of whenever I hit an intersection, I'm going to pick the direction that looks the least shady because I'm by myself and an easy target.
So in the cheese hall area, nothing really seems shady in there. I mean, for Chaplin, he's kind of naive. Nothing seems like overtly shady. It just seems like a busy marketplace.
The prettier looking directions.
That would take you in the direction of Green Gate.
Then definitely gonna go through Green Gate.
And
just on names, I'd pick Green Gate.
Okay. And are you going to be walking through Green Gate, or are you going to be walking around like the main street around it?
I'm gonna use a main street around. I don't want to cut through things that I don't know.
Okay. And do you think that you would take more towards the cliff or more towards the middle?
More towards the cliff, just because I want to see the citadel and see the ocean and various other things.
Okay. Yeah. So as you walk past this large guard outpost with this tower, and you see that it's pretty active. To your right, you see that there's Green Gate, which again is large homes. And as you're walking past them, it's what you've never really seen before with this is it appears to be a single house, but it's big enough that multiple families could live in it. So you would only assume probably that these are, large dwellings for multiple families. There's a few guild halls that are in here. All in all, it's really upper scale. And in the very center of it, you catch a glimpse that there is a large park that has trees and large field of flowers within the middle of this area. And as you pass around the outside, you can see from the ledge, there's no bumper. It kind of is a street, and then there's about 12 feet of grass, and then there's a cliff.
Stay on the path.
And then looking on the outskirts there, you can see just off in the distance, it's just nothing but water. As you bend around towards the northern area, you see the Citadel, which is this large multi-tiered stone castle. And you see that there's a bridge that kind of spans across. And the bridge has sort of a shimmer to it. As you bend around the way, you see off in the distance the courts. And the courts are these sort of narrow 3-story homes that are very, very extravagant looking. They have like very ornate carvings to them. The base of them is made of stone, but the top 2 tiers are all made of wood that have like these fine carvings to it.
I'm gonna take a small side detour near that bridge. When I see the kind of glimmer to it, I'm gonna walk up towards the front of that bridge, kind of respectfully slow and aiming directly at some kind of guard-looking person there to ask them a question, but obviously not look threatening.
As you approach, you see that there are 2 guards, one on opposite end, and they're standing there with these large halberds.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes, what is it?
I am new to this city, and this bridge seems to have a non-standard aesthetic. What is the glimmer that I detect?
This is what we call Dead Drop Bridge. If you don't know the incantation and you attempt to cross, you'll find that the ground's not so solid. And he kind of like picks up a rock and just chucks it backwards, and you see it just go right through the bridge.
That is very valuable advice. I appreciate it. Are there similar locations in the city that I should watch my step on?
And then start laughing. No, the rest of the city's pretty solid.
Thank you. Could you please perhaps guide me to the Temple of the Jackal?
To the left here's the courts. Follow it all the way to the end. You'll see the temple.
Thank you. Have a nice day. I'll walk on. I wanted to know why the bridge was shiny.
Yep. So as you walk past the courts, you see all these homes that all have these nice intricate carvings. And then at the very end, there's this field of lavender that separates the house from this large temple. And the temple looks like it's newly constructed.
Neat. I'm going to waltz on in. I assume temple doors generally aren't locked.
Nope. And as you approach it, you see a figure in a golden jackal mask who says, "Chaplain, it's nice to see you again."
Can I make some kind of roll to determine if this is some dude in a jackal mask or some dude in a specific jackal mask?
Sure. You could do an insight check.
Squeals.
I'm really good at that.
At squealing?
Yeah.
Snitch ass.
Motherfucker, who do you think I am?
Be squealing. But
You're the fucking snitch trying to tell people I'm not broke.
I didn't say you weren't broke.
Bob. I'm yelling at Bob now.
Oh,
Not
okay.
you.
Sorry. I'm used to you directing your anger to me.
I know. I'm not apologizing, but I know.
So it looks like the same mask that the jackal had, but the person seems different. So you don't think that it is the jackal himself.
I'm going to pause for just a moment and put a quick prayer through my head to the jackal and ask, where are you?
And as soon as you think it, he says, "We are everywhere."
I see. It is good to see you again. I say to the person in front of me.
Uh-huh.
May I come in? I have questions.
Of course. The Temple of the Jackal is open to all.
I was going to introduce myself, but I feel at this point it is unnecessary.
We know who you are, Chaplain. We are the emissary of the Jackal.
Ah, we meet again.
You met Ambassador of the Jackal before.
Oh, ambassador, emissary.
Totally different
Fancy
things.
titles. It says the guy named Chaplain.
Well, the difference is the ambassadors had silver masks. The emissary has a gold mask.
Okay.
Mm.
But of course, they're a unified hive mind. That makes sense.
He's a very busy person, okay?
They, I assume at this point, all the same, I'll step in and just, what's the building look like?
The outside of the building is a stone building that looks like it's of polished stone. Everything is very uniform, clean-cut, square lines. And there are lavender flowers planted in a field off to the left of the building that kind of sweep around to the front, and in front on both sides of the doors is lavender. On the inside, as you walk in, It looks like a hybrid between a library and a church. There are pews, there are areas for prayer, but the walls are lined with bookshelves. And up in the front of the very front, where like the podium is, there is a large tome that looks like the portfolio of knowledge that is floating above the podium.
I'm gonna not touch it. I'm gonna think about it, but I'm not gonna touch it. You'll forgive, my knowledge is about a year out of date. It seems your presence has spread widely. Is the jackal commonly accepted in more than just this city now?
We have established churches throughout Aragus. We offer knowledge, and those who wish to retain it welcome us.
Then I have several questions, particularly regarding perhaps lost knowledge. Would it be best to simply ask you, or should I browse the resources available?
The resources are here for you to pursue and absorb, but we can attempt to answer any question that you have.
The simplest of questions I have, I had a book that has been damaged, or rather destroyed. I have a few of the remaining fragments. However, the knowledge within that book is valuable to me. Do you know of a way to recover the knowledge from said book?
Yes.
I can give you its title and the remaining fragments.
We have the book on Warforges.
I would appreciate seeing a copy.
We still have it held for you at Sea Shackle. That's the port town that you guys shipped out of.
Ah.
Where you gave the ambassador of the Jackal the scraps. You left it on the table.
Oh, right. Yep. It's been a year. I see.
5 years if you're Arkan.
True. We will have to make a stop back there. Thank you. Further, can you tell me the current status of the Pantheons? I understand that several have changed in a unkind way.
We lost track of the portfolio of death. We have redistributed the portfolios of murder, of the dead, and of thieves.
It is good to know that that is by your discretion.
We took the opportunity of death being absent to act on the other three.
A wise decision. The current status of the Tome of the Sun.
It has not changed hands.
Unfortunate. I actually have a list of questions.
Of course you fucking do.
I figured I'm going to talk to... there's a Temple of the Jackal. I'm going to get questions answered.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have a list and do it right. A perhaps personal question for myself. The Omni-Faith on the Tental Peninsula, the Omni-Faith Chapel on the Tental Peninsula, were there others like it on Ozo?
Not many.
Are there any still present?
Given the current state of things, there are not.
That is unfortunate.
Omni-Faith was a rare accepting breed of church. And most of the Pantheon prefer singular dedication.
And how is it that the Jackal feels regarding this?
So long as the gods are being responsive, the Jackal tries to stay out of the affairs.
Knowledge of the Jackal, lost knowledge of the Warforged book, temples, pantheons. Then my remaining requests are actually more along the lines of small bits of aid. My prayer book has seen extensive use. Is there perhaps one that can be offered from the Jackal? Or rather, from the Pantheon of Knowledge?
He sort of nods at you and he just starts walking towards the tome that's floating.
I'm gonna fall.
And he picks up the portfolio.
Oh God.
And he sort of sets it down. He said, "While you are here, you may use this."
The pausing is intentional and in character. Is that specifically is that a pantheon?
Of sorts. We have attempted to document what we have done since we took over this portfolio, and we keep it in here, as it is a source of knowledge.
I see. Thank you. And as a small note, Cliff, within the what's the background? The acolyte background, there is you can go to temples of your faith for some assistance and so on.
Mhm.
That's not really viable since omni-faiths don't exist and so on. But my figuring was that either, obviously, the Jackal loves me now or tolerates me, so I could get some of that benefit at his temples, or all temples would give me small benefit.
I would assume that all would give you something, yeah.
Okay. So that's kind of what I'm going on. Then I would love to browse this for some amount of time. The smallest of issues is that my party is injured quite frequently. Do you know where I might acquire further medical supplies? I suppose that I can find at simply any vendor.
Is there anything in particular that you need?
Unfortunately, due to damage by wolves and damage by water, I simply need to reacquire all my medical supplies at this point. So a full kit. I'm just making RP assumptions here.
No worries. If you can make a list of some of the things that you need, I can make sure that we get someone to deliver it for you.
Thank you. Do you have parchment?
Of course.
Thank you. I will leave him to his work, and I understand that as soon as I touch that book, I'm going to forget about life until it's dark. So I'm going to jot down a list of the basic medical supplies that I could use, and just a request for some spare scrap paper, because I keep using what little I have, and I assume what I had is all destroyed and damaged.
Yeah, so he ushers you over to like a table where there's other people that are kind of looking at books and writing things down, and there's some paper there, and he's like, feel free to use anything here.
Thank you. I'll make up the list, and I will hand it to him, thank him, and then as long as it looks like it's acceptable, the floating tome, it's floating above a podium, correct?
It's on the podium now after he took it down
Okay.
and set it down there.
I'm going to kind of go up and stand at that podium, kind of look at him, make eye contact, make sure that this is okay before I touch it. And then just start flipping through it. it and seeing what's there.
All right.
Because I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
Sidebar, everybody that came in from the Other Geeks channel for the raid, thank you for popping in here. Bumper Ducky, the Other Geek, Magwell, and thank you for the follows. Just so you guys know, quick update with this. Allie, thank you for the resub. This is a fully interactive D&D stream. So you guys can use the little currency that you build up underneath the chat bar there, the tokens of fate, to give different interactions to players. There's range of different things like the Chaos Burst, which does a random effect. There's 10,000 different effects, so it's a pretty crazy combination of things. All the way to the Table of Fate, which is a coin is flipped, heads or tails, which would be a positive or a negative effect, and a random effect to be applied to the player of your choice. And then if you want even more interactions with stuff, we use Streamloots. I am a Streamloots partner, which is basically a digital collector's card game. Each card has a different interaction that affects everything holistically in a crazy way. So if you want to, you can do those. Those you do buy if you want to support the channel, or you can earn free ones with the little token of fates. Also, as you can see next to my face here, we have surpassed our goal for people using Streamloots cards today. So at the end of it, we will also be giving away a free pack. So if you guys stick around to the end, you can do that. If nothing else, I appreciate you being here, and any questions you have, please feel free to let me know, and I'll do the best that I can while curating this craziness that we have going on here too.
I didn't know we had a raid, and I'm terribly sorry for making you all listen to me.
Don't apologize for RP.
Shut up.
Never apologize for RP.
Why'd you turn the fan on? My feet are
Because
cold.
I'm warm.
My feet are cold.
Arkin, you find your way through, and Absol and Screech, what are you two doing while you're waiting?
I'm following Absol wherever he goes because I don't like to be alone, and he's the only friend who I know where they're at.
That's fair.
We gotta wait till midnight, or not midnight, sundown. Cheese shopping. Going around, sightseeing, being tourist.
Okay. And which way are you heading out?
If we started at the lodges, up and to the left, then right through Cheese Hall and around that area.
Okay. So you start heading into where the shops are at. Arkin, you come across this big burly human that met the description of what you were told to look for, who appears to be shaping some metal. Looks like he's making some armor.
I'm told you buy and sell wares here.
I'm the most skilled crafter in Ozo, period. I put that claim against anybody.
Yeah, it's good to hear. He slips the coin into his palm and says, "Name's Arkin." He reaches out his hand to shake.
Without batting an eye, he palms the coin, shakes your hand with this huge grip that just engulfs your entire wrist. He's like, "The name's Rudrick. Nice to see another member of the family."
Indeed. Looking to offload some things, and this stuff we can take care of off stream. That's fine.
I mean, it's pretty easy to do actually. If you go up to the top, into the party sheet, go into inventory, and where it says parcel items, you should be able to just drag what you don't want, drag the eye next to it into that.
Oh, perfect.
And then that'll drop it out of your inventory and put it in here for sale.
Okay.
Is there any conversation or anything you want to have with him, or is this mostly the point is just to offload goods right now?
What can you tell me about The good old guard captain, Captain Enzo. You ever see him around these parts? Does he ever buy things from you? Ever met the guy?
I've met him. I've supplied pretty much everyone in the guard with one thing or another. But Enzo doesn't typically come down to the lodges. He doesn't venture too far out of the guardhouse unless there's some sort of an emergency.
What
He's a
type
good
of
man.
emergency would draw such a high-ranking official out of his guardhouse?
A few nights ago, vampire attack did. But he typically responds to any sort of big commotion that happens. He's definitely a hands-on leader.
Oh, good to know. All right, I'm just getting the lay of the land, trying to get to know the people that are most important around here, besides yourself, of course.
I am the most important, and I appreciate that you recognize that. But in all seriousness, I wouldn't recommend crossing Enzo. He's a fair man, but he didn't get to his position because he idly sat by and let people walk over him.
Got it. Have people tried to cross him before?
I'm sure they have, but you're not going to see them walking around here. They'll be pushed into the liquid bellows before anything else.
How did you meet him?
Like I said, I'm the best blacksmith in Ozo.
Yes, but he came and saw you personally at some point.
Of course. He commissioned me to build armor and weaponry for the guard force. We have a very good working relationship.
So that would hurt your business if something were to happen to him? Or wouldn't the new guard captain just take his place and continue where he left off?
My contract's been done with him for a while, but I'm sure that something like that would definitely raise some eyebrows.
Understood. Well, I wish him the best of health as you.
I'm not sure I like being grouped into this conversation like that, but
Well, just friendly chit chat from a stranger passing through, just getting a lay of the land. Nothing wrong with that, right?
you see him like pull the coin out between his two fingers, flicks it up in the air, catches it. Yeah. But I typically know that when someone's being brought up in conversation that there's usually a real focus there for some reason.
Could be.
He tucks it into his apron. And
Would it personally bother you if something were to happen to the dear captain?
I have no personal ties with him. As long as my name isn't mentioned with it.
I would. Sorry, I've been out at sea for a very long time. My memory is a little foggy right now. If we're done with our business here, I will be on my way. What was it again? Steve, Bob, something like that. No, don't even tell me your name. Sorry, it slipped my mind.
he kind of just looks at you with this serious tone. No, you remember the name, Roderick. Just make sure when you say it in good light.
Yes, I will be sure and do that. He turns his box on. And yeah, he's going to head to start getting a view of the northern section, the guard house and everything. And no, not looking suspicious, like he's just passing by and just kind of getting a look as he's walking through.
Sure, give me a stealth check to see how incognito you are.
All right.
Yeah. So I mean, as you walk by, you can see that there is like a lot of traffic that's there. The guardhouse is a large stone building that looks like it has like a barracks and an armory and everything all into one central location. And it's specifically and strategically placed right at the entrance that anybody coming in or anybody leaving out of the city has to pass by this building. And you definitely recognize as that being a very purposeful and strategic decision when they were building this house. And you can see that there are guards that are standing guard at the entrances to the city, to both of the doors that you see. One on the far right, one on the far left, the two different entrances. There's a guard at each door. You see that there's a guard that's sentry in the tower above. And as you sort of scan the city, you can see that there are guard periodically that are walking through. It doesn't seem like there's too many areas here that are not covered by some sort of a watching eye.
All right. Just taking a look at the guards and what they're wearing. They all seem to be wearing basically the same uniforms. Any insignias? Anything on it?
So they are all wearing the same. They have very nice gray steel armor with some accents of like charcoal sash, charcoal belt, and they have a sort of like a flap on the back with the insignia on it, which is a gray pike.
All right. All right, then he is going to keep on walking and not linger about and head back to go find Absol.
All right. And Absol, Screech, are you two doing anything specifically besides being tourists?
I'm just waiting. If Screech wants to go in any shops or anything, that's Absol will follow.
I can't imagine anything would catch her eye unless she ran out of cheese.
That's likely to happen.
It is likely to happen. She'll probably get more cheese before we leave Cheese Hall.
I did remember something I want to bring up at the temple.
That's fine. I was gonna head to you next.
Okay.
So you're good to go. What's up?
So I remember that magic disc that's been floating around in my pack, and if I'm going to find something about it, here's probably a good place. So I'm going to take a break from flipping through that book and go up to the emissary and ask, if I may have a moment of your time, I have an artifact that you may be interested to see, or at least I would like your assistance in understanding.
Okay.
And I'll pull the disc out of the pack and present it to him.
And he like picks it up and he sort of looks at it and you see him like kind of cocking his head to the side, and we are unable to identify this item or what it is composed of. We sense that there is a strong magical aura to it, but
it has provided several effects, some better than others, relating particularly towards the cold. It has granted a small ability to me. Is it acceptable to draw a weapon in here?
so long as you do not strike anyone, yes.
Chapman will pull out his spear and use the Ice Wraith's weapon on it and offer the spear to him to let him observe.
And he sort of just looks at it and he kind of looks at the analyst. This composite does not appear to be of this world.
Its arrival to this world was falling from the sky, nearly striking my head. Oh, I presumed it came from you, frankly.
It was not from us.
Interesting. It was very specifically targeted towards us, or luck is much more kind to me than I anticipated.
We have not been able to identify luck in recent years.
Well, unfortunately, I have been able to identify Bishava, and they are not kind to me. So I presumed something falling from the sky that did not physically strike me was not from that.
When you say that, though, he goes, "She is on the list."
Thank you.
Get her.
Coming for you.
One small detail, if it is beneficial for that task, is I know of the location of at least a graveyard dedicated to her pantheon.
Well, we will not do anything to uproot her followers, but we will definitely make sure that her portfolio is redistributed.
Understood. Thank you. I will let you know if I discover more regarding whatever this device is. And I'll put it all away and thank him and go back to reading the book until I realize it's dark and have to go back to visit the rest of the party.
Okay.
What's in that book?
So the book, it is detailing how the Jackal gained the information to be able to make his initial assault on the portfolios. It details thousands of years of people wearing this mask and the knowledge that they obtained through it, and each one of them seemingly bringing another puzzle piece into how to infiltrate the House of Knowledge, and that basically a lot of their sacrifices were direct and deliberate, sacrificing the wearer of the mask in this cosmic game of chess to get them lined up in the right positions to be able to get more knowledge. It then goes to detail how, after killing Agma and gaining the portfolio of knowledge, how they systematically have targeted the other portfolios that were close to knowledge, like writing and art, as that without knowledge they would be the weak points. And it details the different portfolios that have fallen, but it does not detail where those portfolios have gone to. Go ahead.
Sorry, just on a random note on that, has justice been picked up according to this?
So it doesn't say which ones have been picked up.
Okay.
It says which ones have been redistributed, as far as they have been stripped from the hands of the previous gods. But everything is from the account of what the Jackal has done, and it does not talk about after they fall to Aragus. That's the end of their chapter.
Gotcha. That's really interesting, and I'll spend the rest of the day reading until I, as I said, realize it's dark and quickly run back to the rest of the party and swear I wasn't out late.
Ooh, Chaplain's breaking curfew.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll stop bothering.
All right, so Absol, you and Screech are wandering through the market area. Arkin, you kind of spot them off in the distance, almost like a father and daughter, with Screech looking at everything with such amazement and like, ooh, what's that? What's that? What's that?
Stop touching everything.
Absol somehow fashioned like one of those kid leashes and is just like holding Screech. He's like, oh!
Just holding this huge cloak on her.
Yeah, without saying anything, Arkin's just gonna start walking behind them.
So as you guys are kind of wandering around, you notice that this cloaked figure's following you, and then realize that it's Arkin.
Creepy motherfucker.
Whatever. Did you find what you were looking for?
He like opens his cloak up and he is not wearing any armor. He has no weapons or anything.
Did you get mugged?
No,
Screech
it's being.
like slaps her new cloak and it's just like,
He like gestures towards her. We found what we were looking for. I'm
So
waiting
you
for mine.
Sold all your stuff to get her a cloak?
No, we. He like pulls out his gold bag too. We bought stuff.
His gold bag, his empty bag.
Screech nods and then looks at Absol's like, bought stuff.
I got us the discount.
She raises her eyebrow and does this again.
Oh, what does that mean? Did Screech have
She
to
makes
fork
it-
over some gold?
Screech makes a coin clicking sound and then points to Absol and just like,
Oh, that's rich.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm having to pay for 2 people everywhere I go.
I know, but we like Screech, so you do it for her. I understand. Anyways, I found us some work.
she looks
Oh,
very
nice.
confused now.
Once we get back to the inn, I'll tell you all about it.
And Abs like looks up at the sun. Before we go back to the inn, I need to go stop by a friend to pick up something.
Oh.
What time of day is it, Cliff?
Right now, it's probably about 5 in the afternoon. Sun's starting to set.
I guess we could go to the inn for a little bit, get something to eat before I go meet up.
Can you just... Is the friend on the way there? Would it be easier to go there before we go back?
Some blacksmith in the lodges.
Oh, big guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I met him.
Screech nods, then just looks up.
He is many things, but not subtle. Okay, do you need to stop by the lodges before we go back, or because
I would like to have a weapon, yes.
is he done making it?
You said to pick it up after sunset.
It's not exactly sunset yet.
Right, that's why I said let's go to the inn and I could go pick it up when the sun sets.
Okay, well, yeah, let's go and have our conversation before Chap Ass gets back.
You good with the Screech?
She shrugs and nods.
Alright, let's go.
She doesn't say chap ass.
Oh, she won't say it now.
Yeah, she's gonna mimic that. So.
Chaplin's around. That's his voice. She's gonna say it
You better write that down and remember. That's a good one.
in. God, which one of you said it? Now my brain's like,
It was totally Absol.
okay, it was Arkin. I can't find my sticky. Oh, my sticky notes are under Dracula. I almost called him Dracula. That's wrong.
So yeah, guess we're heading back to the inn.
Okay. So I mean, you guys head back to the inn until sundown. Are you making your way like as soon as sun hits, as soon as sun sets, heading right back over to the blacksmith?
Yeah.
Okay. And Chaplain, are you waiting? Like, is the sundown gonna be like your cue of like, oh shit, I've been here too long?
Wait, I figure being in a temple of the jackal with access to this kind of information, it's gonna be it's getting dark. I should get a oh wait, it's dark, and I remember and panic and leave.
Okay.
I figure I'm gonna lose track of time.
Okay. Yeah. So you realize that it's already like nightfall, and you head out. You notice that you look around and most of the temple has cleared out. And you leave, and you see there's a few people that are, making their way. And
one small, for my own amusements.
Sure.
I'm gonna close this book, and then I'm gonna kind of look over at the emissary and I'm gonna kind of lift it in the air. And
are you doing it like by the podium?
yeah, by the podium where it was floating before. I want to see if I can close it. Can I like put it back, let it float?
Yeah.
I'm not
so
gonna drop it.
If you hold it up above the podium, you feel like the weight of it kind of lift out of your hands, and it just begins floating there.
Neat.
Chubba's gonna like try to position himself
So,
up there.
so I'll put it back. I'll bow, and then I'll get out of there. And I will. So I've felt kind of unstable and wobbly as far as my movement.
You just notice that you're kind of sluggish.
I will go wide hips mode to try and get back faster.
All right. As you do, like as soon as you walk out the door and you go into your wide hips mode, you see that there's a group of 4 people that are standing there wearing vestments, and they kind of see you do it, and they're like, brother, can you offer us assistance?
With what do you need aid?
One of our friends, a log has fell on him. And like, if you look, they're standing by this area where there's all these large, like, we're talking probably 20-foot long, stripped tree trunks that are being held together by large straps.
Certainly. Please. I've been around people enough. I want to see if he's telling the truth.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll an insight. I'm gonna use one of my points for the session and roll insight again.
Okay.
A 15
Slightly
will have to do.
better.
So as far as you could tell,
Okay.
yeah.
Please, lead the way.
Okay.
Yes. Wait. Yes.
So they kind of like they start walking kind of quickly past one of the large stacks of lumber, and they're kind of walking a little bit further into the east ward. And as you're getting in there, you see that this looks like more of an industrial district. At the edge of the cliff, there.
Do we pass any city guards on the way?
Are you actively looking for them?
Yes, because someone needs help, and I have lifting a log off of them, and I have a strength of 8.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Skills, perception, bam. 24.
You notice a very distinct lack of guards in this area.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
And like I said, this area is all industrial. For the most part, it seems to be shut down at this point. And on the ledge of the cliff, there are these giant cranes. That
How long have we been walking?
a couple 100 feet.
Okay, keep going.
But yeah, so you see that it's all these long areas, and there's these giant cranes that have these ropes that are about as thick as your wide hips. And they appear to be dangling off the edge. And as you look off the ledge there, you see that there is just nothing but like pine forest here. And you get the impression that they actually cut the wood down and use these giant cranes to bring it up here so they don't have to do it through the walkway.
Neat.
And they keep walking you a little bit further in, and they point to this stack of lumber, and you can see that it's sort of been toppled a bit. And they're like, he's right over here underneath this one. If all 5 of us lift, we should be able to get this.
Who among you is the strongest?
I don't know. We've never really tested this before.
Then let us see.
I'm dying over here.
Come on, hurry up.
Help me.
I'll go over and I'll look for someone who's injured and fall right into their trap.
Yep. So as you walk over there, you see that there's this cloak that's underneath this large pile of lumber, and as you go up to it, there's no one inside the cloak. And when you turn around, you see one of the people sort of hold their hands out, and it glows green, and they close their hands, and as they do, you feel a complete disconnect from magic.
Fuck.
That's where we're going to end it at for the night.
I'll roll up a new character.
I was just thinking in my head of that scene in Hercules of, gee, mister, you're really strong. And then the kids turn into the demons.
I was
Just
more
like
so
that.
That's what I was waiting
picturing
for.
Chaplin with no legs sitting on bricks.
I got robbed!
It's just the torso of Chaplin, the head, his eyes have been stolen.
So I don't get a save against make magic not work?
You do not get to have a save against anti-magic field.
Yep. Because they're not targeting you.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Not for us,
Now
I don't
you
think.
So thanks everybody who came in from the raid today. Thank you. Hold on, I gotta go all the way back to the beginning here. Dredzen, thank you for the resub. Allie, thank you for the resub. Magwell, thank you for the follow. The Other Geek, thank you for the follow and the raid. Bumper Ducky, thank you for the follow. You have a cute name. Undead Band 69420, thank you for the follow. Also, I have the name saved here, but I gotta find it. Thank you to I'll find it. It's right here. It's right here somewhere. Dragon Blogger. Thank you to them for having a link to my channel. That's cool, man. If you're new and you're still here and you stuck around, we do this every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern until midnight-ish. Next week is our episode 26, which will mean a half year of this campaign. And I haven't killed anybody yet.
Give it like a week.
Huh? I haven't killed anybody
Barrel.
yet.
Barrel.
I mean,
Kill Barrel.
Barrel's not here.
Barrel. You killed Barrel.
Jake's not here to say that I killed him, so
Exactly.
all we're gonna say is that Jake's character was retired from Focus, and if he comes back, he's gonna have to roll a new character. That's all we're gonna say about that. But I'm not gonna say I killed him because he's not here.
He had
I'll say
opportunity
it.
to play new characters.
Right. We offered him an opportunity to diversify his character portfolio. So yeah, so we do this all the time. It is fully interactive, so I encourage you guys to save up your points and then use them to interact. Next week there will be more interactions available through the Tokens of Fate, along with a bunch of other goodies that are going to come with the whole redesign for the half-year celebration. But for tonight, Heatwave won the race, and forces have worked against the Ice Wraith. The Ice Wraith has made a pact with the ruler of the Plane of Cold, who has agreed to assist him with the matter of these fissures that are venting the infinite abyss into Arrakis and warming the planet. And they have begun working to reverse that, but forces are working in opposition of the Ice Wraith. So we'll find out more with that. For tonight, though, we hit 30 on the stream loots thingy. We actually hit more than 30, but I'm not going to count the remaining ones because we make goal already, and I mean it's just rubbing it in at that point. So, if you want to have a chance of earning a free stream loots deck, go ahead and type in the chat !gimme GIMME, and I will pick a winner, and that winner will get free shit. And in the interim, let me find out who we are going to raid tonight. If anybody has any suggestions, I'm all ears. If you don't have any suggestions, then I am going to hop into my follow list or into the D&D list and find somebody. And actually, you know what I think we need? I think we need to end this night with a little bit of Brindletown.
God damn it.
That's all I can do now.
Hey, one of my followers, one of the peoples that I follows, is on.
Well,
I mean, also remember that, I mean, you...
They don't have cams, which just kind of goes against my rules normally, but they got a pretty neat looking setup. So, in the famous words of Judge Mills Lane, I'll allow it. Did you actually get that joke?
No,
Did
I'm
you
just
get that
still
joke?
high on payments.
Celebrity deathmatch.
Goddamn fucking young people.
Right?
Can't deal
I'm
with
a
y'all.
child!
I know, you're not even in your 20s yet.
Okay, just because I'm too fucking gay to not do math. Don't throw Nerf darts at me, motherfucker. I missed.
Yeah, throw regular darts. Be a man.
I don't have regular darts.
Chapstick!
Bitch, the dog's gonna eat that.
No, it's already empty.
The dog ate it.
Yeah, so in surmise, next week, we're going to look different. We're going to have more interaction stuff. The more interaction stuffs are going to be prettier. I will be the same ugly.
Pity.
Right? There will be new Stream Loots cards. Maybe a new intro. Maybe.
Nah, we gonna judge you.
I mean, I get judged anyways. So I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I mean, true.
that's true.
That's gonna be extra.
So you guys have like 2 minutes left to do exclamation point gimme to be entered to win a free Stream Loops deck. If you don't do it, you don't win. Them's the rules.
Gonna call hacks, by the way, on you using a level 8 spell against this a level 7 cleric by himself that has most of his spell slots already used from getting to this place.
It's fine. You're just gonna get robbed. Shit happens.
Hey, you can call bullshit if I use power word kill on you at this level. If you're using an anti-magic field, you're just gonna have to deal with it.
A tier, a spell accessible to level 15 characters against my level 7 character.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah, balanced.
Exactly. You don't know what else is in this guy's kit, though. He might have
Right.
nothing else. That might be the only thing he knows how to do in life.
True.
Motherfucker
Yeah.
doesn't know how to hold a spoon correctly, but he knows how to cast that. That's all that matters.
Let me roll my 1d4 -1 slap damage.
Oh, that's why I ended it on this note, because that gives you a whole week to try to figure out what you're gonna do to get out of this situation.
Run. Which I can't do.
Am I gonna have to carry over that -15?
I hope
Hey,
not.
your expandable hips aren't magic. They're just
Correct,
built
correct,
into you. You
correct,
could just
yes.
pop and run,
Mm-hmm.
bitch.
If I don't have that -15, if I have that -15, I run
Oh.
the same speed they do.
Well, no, you would still run 15 faster than them. Because the wide hips doubles your speed. Your speed's 30, it doubles it to 60, you'd still be running at 45.
Oh, math.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, I
also
mean,
too
it-
gay for math?
But
That's
the whole
news to
the whole
me.
thing is, though,
I'm
the
surrounded.
wording specifically says -15 speed instead of half speed. If it said half speed,
Gotcha.
then you'd be running at the same speed as them.
So it's gonna become a chase mechanic that I can deal with.
It could.
Zoom,
Depends
zoom.
on how it goes.
Or you could, like, somehow scream like a little girl and get the guards' attention, or maybe maybe you could become that character you want to become and become a bloodthirsty fucking cleric of vengeance and
Not on
strike down
Shadow.
on these people.
Yeah, with my spells.
Well, I mean, all you got to do is stop the one dude.
Or get out of the 10-foot sphere of an anti-magic field, but that's assuming that follows the standard anti-magic field, and Chaplain knows what an anti-magic field is.
It doesn't. I kind of want to be a dick and carry on these effects till next week, just for the fact that there were some really, really good ones that we haven't seen on here.
Whatever.
Like for Arkin, if he rolls an attack roll of 3, it's an auto hit and double damage. But if he rolls an attack roll of 4, it ends his turn completely. Screech has one that if she rolls a natural 1, her weapon will shatter.
No. No.
Chaplain, your next hit
Fuck
misses.
that.
Misses, which is also at my highest proficiency.
Well, highest proficiency for skill rolls.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Some of these I really do. All right, we're gonna be fair. I don't hold any of these over except for like treasures, so I'm gonna do the same. Get rid of them, even though I really like that. I'll be fair and nice. For once.
Screech is gonna do a unarmed attack, and her hand is gonna shatter.
That'd be sweet, wouldn't it? I'm gonna lick your nipples.
Bones are just shattered.
Pause. Has won the free deck.
I like your enunciation.
I have to be very particular with what I'm saying. Otherwise, it would be a TOS. So, I'm gonna lick your nipples. Pause. I gave you your free deck of Streamlit cards. Yeah, that's all I got. So now I'm gonna raid out. If you guys don't know, even though it's like the same people that are always here, and I do appreciate that, but you get to hear me ramble on shit that you already know about. If you stay for the raid, you get extra tokens of fate, which again next week will be even more beneficial because there's gonna be more shit you can do with them. So stay for the raid. Rep where you came from. If you're a sub, throw those D20s and D1s out. We'll see you next week for episode 26, our half-year anniversary stream. So thank you again. Good night.